somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place.
Saying they are reaching an hour of desperation.
We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where.
The Guthrie family had said over the weekend they would pay the demand that was in a ransom note. A second reported deadline passed yesterday, but we know of no contact with whoever abducted Nancy Guthrie from her Tucson, Arizona home. Police have not named a person of interest in the 84-year-old's disappearance. There's a House hearing this morning where acting ICE Director Todd Lyons could face tough questions, especially from Democrats, about controversial immigration enforcement in Minnesota, as funding for Homeland Security is set to run out Friday night.
The fallout from that operation reverberating on Capitol Hill, where Republicans and Democrats are in a stalemate over DHS funding. Democrats have 10 demands to, as they say, rein in ICE. It includes targeted enforcement, no masks for immigration agents, and requiring DHS officers to provide ID.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera. The U.S. has bombed another boat suspected of drug trafficking off the South American coast, killing another 2 alleged narco-terrorists. One survived the attack. The Coast Guard was notified. The 5-month-long operation has targeted 38 drug smuggling boats, killed at least 130 on board them. The U.S. has seized another oil tanker that had been sanctioned, tracked all the way from Venezuela to the Indian Ocean. War Secretary Pete Hegseth says,
no one else can dominate the seas like the United States of America. When we say blockade, we mean blockade.
America's listening to Fox News.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Following the attacks on 9/11/01, FDNY firefighter Daniel Foley assisted in the rescue and recovery efforts at Ground Zero. Daniel spent months and months searching for victims. Now, Daniel's death was the direct result of 9/11-related cancer. He leaves behind his wife, Carrie, and their children. Tunnel to Towers paid the mortgage on the family's home. Join us. Donate $11 a month to the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. We appreciate you waking up early with us. You definitely have the option, the opportunity to be a part of the 4-Hour Club if you come out of the gate with us here at 6:03.
It's a good start if you do.
Yeah, dude, it is.
If you're a couple minutes late,
that's all right.
Might sound a little weird to you, but it's fine. It's early.
We'll ease you in.
It's early.
We'll ease you in.
We're not demanding full compliance. Not until we get a little further into the hour.
That's right. And then by 6:45, full compliance is expected. And
like you could stop by, and if you need to pick up something at your local donut shop or your just your quick gas station food,
coffee, or
fine.
something.
Okay, you could miss a few seconds there.
That's all right.
Tug won't hold it against you.
No, not for long.
But I will.
Yeah, not for long though. I mean, we'll.
I might forget a little bit. I forgive less.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I texted Los yesterday. Let me pull up this text real quick, make sure I get the wording exactly right.
Was this the nudie?
Well, no, it was
a different one.
It was prior to that.
Oh, okay.
Y'all are sending those without me?
Yeah, that's right. Bryce, you're not. I'm not that comfortable with you.
Listen, we don't include everyone on all the skin.
Yeah, maybe we'll work to that.
I don't want you to go to HR.
Yeah.
Can't believe what these guys send each other.
That's right. I texted Los yesterday. It's about I don't know, a little after the show's done. I said the show went by so fast today. So tomorrow I must tell you what the question my pastor asked Sunday that will light up your scoreboard. I can't wait to share. And I've been thinking about this all morning, so I can't wait to.
Are you going to long tease it? You going to get into it now? What are you thinking?
I think now just.
You're going to open up the show? Okay. All right.
So we're in service on Sunday, and he's there, delivering this message, and he uses kind of slice of life to get into the message, and he something that's comparable that makes sense, and to help you understand what the good book says, and he's asking a variety of questions, that you could follow and probably have an answer to, but one that he stumbled upon, I was just like,
by the way, are these rhetorical? Like, is the answer always yes?
Well, it was ones that would.
Is today Sunday?
Yes,
Tug?
yeah. It was a very
yes, sir.
obvious way to connect the dots for sure. But but the one question that
I would just hate to fail that question here.
Right. Yeah. The one question that he asked, he was like, "Well, and we may not be able to answer that one here, but I would love to talk to you about it if you ever are interested. Did the Nephilim build the pyramids?"
Oh, you want to talk about something I got into last night too?
I was like, wait, isn't that the giants? Isn't that the giants from the Bible? Isn't that who they are?
Yeah.
And as soon as he said it,
did you not go, oh my God, the things he says, maybe he's on to something.
Yes, of course. But I never pick up my phone during church. Ever. I mean, it could be going off unless it's like the emergency contact, which is Laura or Jacob. Laura's sitting next to me. Jacob's, so maybe then. But I don't answer text. I don't answer email. None of that. I leave the phone alone. I picked up my phone and I typed in my note. Laura's looking at me like, "What are you doing?"
I was remember this.
And I was like, "I'll explain later." And I typed in, "Did the Nephilim build the pyramids?" Put it back down and started paying attention again.
I just enjoy that we actually now have the question because of the complicated nature of the construction. Were they found by the Egyptian people?
It certainly could be. It's there.
A question.
Yeah. Everything that I keep seeing in just the basic Google search for that people are like, no, that's not that. All the whatever.
But it came up in church. Somebody's been pondering some things. I like that.
I thought you might. I just couldn't wait to tell you. And then yesterday, like I said,
did he nod and be like, yes, they did. Wink.
He didn't, but he said, we don't have to answer that here, but if you want to talk about it, we can talk after service.
I love it.
Yeah, I thought it was great.
It's just we can't explain how, if we're going to say that man existed 4,500 years ago BC, yet only had these tools, which I think there's a level of ignorance to that. If we're saying that that man built it, well then clearly they had something that was more technologically capable than we can imagine at the time.
Had to.
But if they didn't,
or
somebody else beforehand did.
Right. I was just then you start reading and digging a little bit, and but you have to go places that aren't just the basic Google search, because the basic Google search is just
it's going to give you what has been
It's like
harvested and cultivated. And here's what it is.
It's like if you wanted to ask a question about Donald Trump in a basic Google search, you're going to get all the curated answers, the leftist answers.
Well, you're going to get what is the general consensus, is most of the time what's going to be given to you. So if I said, hey, Google, what's 2 + 2? Of course, the answer is going to be 4.
Right.
If I said, hey, Google, did Lee Harvey Oswald act alone? Well, yes, of course. Here's the report on that. Here's all the information. Because that's
what's been fed.
That is the modern information of what has been accepted. And so that's why I think you look into alternate sources of information.
Right, absolutely.
Now, again, I'm not saying that some sort of race of large beings or aliens or anything else made those giant structures. But what I am saying is it begs the question, if you're telling me that man at that time was that primitive, how did they do that?
Yeah, right.
So they're either much more advanced than we think, that we know.
And then something happened and set them back.
That it's been acknowledged by archaeologists, or they didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It can't. it can't just be, they just did that.
Yeah.
They did it with ropes and pulleys.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
How come we can't do it now with the technology that we have now?
Right.
And it's much more advanced than ropes and pulleys.
So there's your. I'm glad that came up in church.
It did. It was
nice.
quick. It was quick, but it made me think of you immediately. And
we'll get into this deeper during one of the breaks. I'm gonna bake that noodle of yours a little bit more.
I just wanted to jump in here real quick. I know I texted y'all late on Friday night. I was a little confused for the first 30 minutes of searching for Sugar Man. The way that ended was phenomenal. What a fantastic story.
Thank you for taking on that homework. I'm slow. This is how it works here on the Morning Extra. I've started Bryce off slowly with good documentaries that a rewarding finish, really cool story. Pretty soon, we're going to start getting into the sky gods, and then we'll see where things go.
And if the Nephilim built the pyramids, we can get in there.
We're going to start getting more into origins of man,
right.
Which actually lines up pretty well with the Bible, but it's a little different story.
Yeah, right. So anyway, a good morning, yes. And if you've not seen Searching for Sugar Man, it is super cool. This dude.
I will say, I was my parents were also watching it with me, and it was a little confusing through the first 30 minutes. It was jumping around a lot, so I was having a hard time following it. But once you kind of picked up where it was going, man, absolute payoff.
It's by the way, if you want to, it's free on Roku TV right now. You can even go through Roku as a website. It's a documentary from 2011, 2012, and it poses the question: what if you were an artist that never, ever, ever blew up, but yet somewhere in the world you did blow up and you didn't know about it?
Yeah, no idea, because information didn't travel the way
not at all.
It does today.
Especially in a country that was going through apartheid, with information was pretty well regulated.
Fellow's name Sixto Rodriguez, just went by Rodriguez.
Yeah, it's imagine if Tug's country show was number one in Bulgaria.
Yeah,
he was the biggest star in Bulgaria.
There were people just searching for.
There were murals on the wall,
searching for Coward.
Now you can imagine if it was a different time period, and let's just say that information was being suppressed, maybe you wouldn't be able to get a hold of Tug Coward.
Yeah,
there was no internet at the time.
That's right, and so this is a fantastic documentary. I watched it. I don't know. It's probably been 2 years ago now, at least. But this thing on Rotten Tomatoes, 95% approval. That's how good
critics
it is.
and the audience, they both love it.
Yeah.
It's a great documentary.
So go check it out. Searching for Sugar Man. All right, let's get to the first thing you need to know this morning.
They want you awake, informed, and ready to fight for the facts of the day in the land of the free. Now your sleepyhead nation needs your wake-up call. A mighty dose of reality coming in strong. Soon as the sun cracks the horizon so high, man, we got the story, no time for a lie. Put a boot in your ass, courtesy
Unsealed court documents detail how Donald Trump called the police about Jeffrey Epstein in 2006. He described Ghislaine Maxwell as Epstein's evil operative. More evidence that Donald Trump was the original whistleblower.
So let's go through the timeline. In 2005, this being Donald Trump, recognizes that Jeffrey Epstein is up to some unscrupulous business that also includes him doing some work at his club in terms of trying to recruit. That is what Donald Trump has testified to and also spoken about in public. That becomes where he runs Jeffrey Epstein out of his club, wants nothing to do with this guy. By 2006, in these court documents, he's the one contacting police saying this guy's up to some dirty business. And as you pointed out, then you've had the FBI, and you've also had the attorney who has represented the victims who talked about he was the first FBI informant for this.
And then the victims themselves had said Donald Trump was not involved. He never did anything. He's never been accused of anything. This Democrat narrative is over.
Well, it's projection is what it is. It's always been their problem. This has always been, and you look at the donations and you look at the amount of interaction that he had, Jeffrey Epstein was somebody working in intelligence who had it out for Donald Trump and who also was an ally of Democrats and thought he was going to be protected by Democrats. and thought that he could operate under the umbrella of the United States doing what he was doing, largely to the tune of Democrats, while also giving them what they couldn't get regularly, which was a sexual experience with a younger, beautiful woman.
Really young in most cases. And he was right for the most part. The Democrats did protect him for how long? Up until the dam broke?
Right up until the point where Joe Biden was out of office, and then it turned into, gotta get Trump with this stuff. They had all the same documents. They had all the same information. Now, the Trump administration has fumbled this thing quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
But I do believe a large reason why that has occurred, it's because I believe you've had a large amount of people, whether it's royals, whether it is Bill Gates, a lot of people that were tied up in this that were going to look bad. And I do believe when it came to Donald Trump, he's like, the dude's dead. What are we doing here? Okay, fine. You want to know everything? Then you're not going to like it.
Yeah, it's going to be ugly. And you're going to have to live with. But look, it deserved to be uncovered. It's good. Everybody that was involved, deserves to be punished, deserves to be publicly shamed. I mean, Bill Gates' reputation is never going to recover.
Oh, it's mud now.
Never. After his wife did those interviews that we played some of.
The fact that he has an email going to Jeffrey Epstein asking him for help in slipping his wife antibiotics because he's concerned he's going to give her an STD that he contracted from Russian hookers.
But that's tough. That's going to be tough to explain.
That's a tough one to explain, pal.
That's why she's got X in front of wife now.
That's right.
And she said it as much. And I'm sure there's an NDA where she can only say so much or, can't say much of anything. When she was asked in the NPR interview that we played, she basically said, "I had to get out of this marriage. I couldn't help for it. It was hurtful. It was disgusting. It was the grossest thing ever." And she said everything she needed to say, took you right to the edge, and then everything else, just your mind filled in the blanks. So what she didn't say was the most powerful.
So this court document is from 2019. And it points out in here, as the interviewer of who they talked to, the interviewee, is blacked out in this court document. But it highlights, Trump said Maxwell was Epstein's operative, quote, "She is evil, and to focus on her." Trump told blank, this is blacked out, that he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump, quote, "got the hell out of there." Trump was one of the very first people to call when people found out that they were investigating Epstein. It goes on to say, no one could explain how Epstein made his money. They knew he'd worked for Bear Stearns. Blank was told that Epstein was kind of a technical guy that would make it happen, but you didn't want to know how. Again, documents from 7 years ago that are pointing out this has all been a Democrat narrative, which we've been saying from the very beginning.
Yeah. Everybody that listens to the show.
How much more do you need to know?
Already knows that.
So when you get to the water cooler and your local crazy leftist with his Joe Biden tattoo goes off about how, Donald Trump, well, he's been molesting young women. Like, how about these documents as well? Like, how much more do you need to know that he was the primary first whistleblower on Jeffrey Epstein?
But let's be honest, like you said, they knew this from the beginning. They have shared the story. They've created the story. They've blown up the
It's a mythology.
false story. They've created mythology.
That's what they've done. They've created their own mythology around this entire story in hopes that it would damage a presidency, not unlike what we had with Russian collusion. It's the same game, just a different verse.
Problem is, Aunt Peg has no idea. She's never going to read this. She's never going to see this.
Let
She's
her
never
wallow in her ignorance.
That's right, but that's the thing. It's almost. You remember Chris Rock's old skit when he was like, "I don't know that." He was talking about people being dumb, and he was like, "They love being dumb. They love not knowing."
Mark that Tug just did black guy voice. That was awesome. Yeah, no, that you decide. It is up to you whether you are misinformed, uninformed, or ignorant. And those can be different things. There are plenty of topics where I go, I need to learn a little bit more about that before I jump into it. And I'll go try to find some information. What can I read? Excerpts out of a book, audiobook, whatever. It's like, let me find out some more. You choose to be ignorant when you don't want to know anything. You're misinformed when you've been swallowing stuff like mythology.
Yeah, that's right. And ignorant most of the time because you don't want. You know, you
I don't have time for that.
You embrace not knowing.
Can't tell you how many conversations in my home start with, have you been following this? And that's the moment where I will then tell myself, all right, how do I explain this to my wife, who's busy, you know, got the 2 kids, got the job, got all, you know, I get it. She didn't have the time for this sort of stuff. So I have to go, how does this come off as nonpartisan as possible so that I can explain what is going on with the story?
Yeah, and isn't it crazy that you have to be so careful because they've been indoctrinated by the notifications on their phone?
I don't know what person from New York or L.A. they were on a Zoom call with where they were joking around about whatever they heard in the news.
Yeah.
You never know.
Just it's all crazy.
Did you know Donald Trump's he goes after young women? Oh, yeah, he goes to Epstein Island all the time.
He turned himself in, pleading to a misdemeanor. Then when you know what had gone on, there's no way. There's no way a misdemeanor is going to do it.
By the way, the document also says an interior designer told the PBPD that rooms in the Virgin Islands had been decorated for teenage girls. Blank contacted the Virgin Island Police Department, but they were not helpful. Again, exposing his entire operation of what he was involved in, this being Jeffrey Epstein.
I've always said about those incredibly wealthy people, they can have everything. They can buy anything. No one tells them no. What is the one thing that they can't have? What's the one thing that you can't have? And Jeffrey Epstein found a way to give it to himself and hundreds of other really, really wealthy people because they couldn't take no. It was the forbidden fruit, and they're like, we will have it. Our money will let us.
So let's see how long this continued leftist mythology.
Dude, this is not going to change a thing. You and I know, you listening know. Aunt Pegs and the Democrats.
Morning Joe is still running with some Epstein files still redacted. I'm fairly certain I'm reading through it, but they're not telling you what the big story of it is.
Of course, they avoid that on purpose because they're afraid Aunt Peg might find out and get red-pilled accidentally. Trump is building a dictatorship. That is the discussion next. On the Morning Extra, 6 o'clock hours, brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett.
Morning Extra, Neal Boortz, and The Kimmer Show are all online for you anytime at thepodcastpark.com. Plus all of Extra's exclusive podcasts like Ben Burnett, Janelle King, and so much more. All at thepodcastpark.com. Presented by Associated Credit Union.
The wait is over. The Atlanta Braves 2026 gate giveaways are here, and this season is loaded with must-have items. Fans can expect incredible giveaway series, including the legendary Alumni Collection, featuring some of your favorite Braves greats, and the crossover jersey collection, bringing Braves style to basketball, football, hockey, and soccer jerseys. And that's not all. The giveaways keep coming with some brand new favorites, like the Bobble Card Series, part bobblehead, part baseball card, plus a Hawaiian shirt, a cowboy hat, and so much more. And you know we can't forget about the kids. Every Sunday home game features a Kids Gate giveaway with special items like sunglasses, just like the players wear, mini Michael Harris II and Drake Baldwin bobbleheads, and the crossover sports jerseys come in kids sizes too. Check out the full giveaway schedule and grab your tickets now at Braves.com/promos. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your home's comfort, this is it. Central Heating and Air Conditioning is proud to announce the 29th annual Winter White Sale, and it's our lowest pricing of 2026. For a limited time, everything is on sale. Heating and cooling systems and complete home performance solutions with rebates and discounts up to $2,300.
Are you dealing with hot or cold spots in your home? Energy bills that just keep climbing? Or unhealthy indoor air affecting your family's comfort? Central has the solution. As your trusted carrier partner, they install industry-leading carrier systems backed by strong warranties and peace of mind that comes with proven performance and efficiency. With 79 years experience, Central Heating and Air Conditioning knows how to design comfort solutions that work not just today, but for years to come. This is your chance to save big during Central's 29th annual Winter White Sale, but it won't last long. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, delivering carrier comfort for the world we share.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
A new year means new opportunities to secure your retirement goals. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we help you start fresh with holistic retirement planning to create a personalized retirement roadmap designed with you and for you. Our boutique team serves you with fiduciary care, ensuring every step moves you closer to a confident, sustainable retirement. As we all know, the best retirement asset is peace of mind. Make 2026 the year you take control with confidence. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at masterplanretire.com. Master Plan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Senior Manager Skill Development positions offered by Trexas Services LLC in Atlanta, Georgia. Develop customized training programs for employees, clients, and partners, and work closely with the Operations Manager to deliver personalized feedback. Mentor, manage, and lead engineers across various projects, promoting their professional growth through oversight and guidance. Cultivate cross-functional relationships at all organizational levels. Employee reports to Atlanta, Georgia, but may telecommute from any location in the U.S. Please submit resume to resumes@trexas.net. Reference job ID 8911267.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Tuesday, February 10th, and here are your headlines. Some much-needed rain is coming this week as scattered showers are expected Tuesday into Wednesday morning, with light rain lingering Wednesday and a heavier round late Saturday into Sunday that can bring 1 to 2 inches across parts of North Georgia. Forecasters say the rain will be spread out, reducing flood concerns while helping drought conditions. A federal judge has ordered the Justice Department to unseal documents tied to the Fulton County Election Office ballot seizure investigation, a case involving efforts to access voting equipment after the 2020 election. The ruling could shed new light on who authorized the operation and what federal officials knew at the time. And finally, State School Superintendent Richard Woods will present Literacy and Math Leader Awards Tuesday at Harrison High School, honoring more than 40 Cobb County high schools for strong performance on Georgia Milestones exams. The awards recognize schools showing both high achievement and significant academic growth. Today's weather is partly cloudy with a high of 75 and a low of 59. With your Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Tug and Los on Extra 106.3. The fascination of what Turning Point USA was able to do is still... Los and I, even during the break, we're just talking about how for Turning Point, you had to actively engage. You made a concerted effort. You made a choice. I'm going to leave this content and go find this content, this other content. And Los had a great point in the fact that with Bad Bunny, we can't really tell you how many people watched Bad Bunny.
The active defense from the left is, well, there was 120 million viewers. Well, there was 130. Well, the game had that. They didn't show up to watch Bad Bunny.
That's right.
We know concurrently how many started accessing the time allotted, here's what time this thing is going live broadcast. That's where we're able to talk about concurrent viewers. That's how we can tell you as far as somebody... millions decided to access a completely different broadcast that was in conjunction to the halftime broadcast. So you can tell me all about Bad Bunny to 120 million.
Did he?
I know the game did.
Yeah, that's right. Did he?
And then at some point during the game, 120 million people there was another $22 million that jumped to another broadcast.
What is the likelihood that somebody had no interest in the Super Bowl and they're like, you know what? That halftime show, that's got my interest. I think I'll go turn on the Super Bowl to be able to watch the halftime show. How many times do you think that happened? Because I bet it's a minuscule number.
So the numbers were split in the house I was in. There was an equal number of adult women as adult men. It was married couples. The adult women, every single time we've had a Super Bowl in recent years, they end it by, that was cool. Hey, I'm going to go listen to Missy Elliott tomorrow. Yeah. Man, that was a good show. There wasn't a word. There was not one word after it was done. It was like, okay.
Yeah. All right. Same.
And they're supposed to be the ones, right? They're supposed to be the ones that they're,
that's
halftime show.
That's the audience that they're going for. That's who they're trying to entertain. They already know you have, that they have all the dudes.
Yeah, you got me. I'm already going to be here.
Fan. Yeah. Same thing from a few years ago when Shakira and Jennifer Lopez. Same way. After it was over, I told the story of my son and his buds coming upstairs. They were about 16 years old going, hey, who was that again? I don't really know who that was, but wow.
That's Shakira.
Yeah.
And we were all just waiting. Yeah. It's like, when is she going to do her famous Shakira thing?
Yeah. And she did it multiple times.
And she did, and we all went, thank you.
Yeah, that's right. And 16-year-old boys were like, her hips really don't lie.
Listen, that made a lot of 35-year-old men tell their wives, you see that treadmill over there? You might want to consider that a little bit more. You get a lot of those things.
Couches slept on that night.
That's right.
You know that gym membership that's gotten a little bit you better get back in there.
We pay $70 a month for us to go.
You better make it look like Shakira's.
That's right.
It's just work.
They would bounce pass it back to me. My wife would, at least up until about 8 months ago, would have bounced back and be like, yeah, I ain't seen you in the gym either. But now nobody can say that. I'm getting there with regularity.
That's why Tug does it.
That's
so
right.
He's got that power.
Out.
Hey, why don't you do this? I'm in there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get them Shakira hips.
That's right. He's trying to get that Shakira booty.
Yeah, that's right. And lose some of this belly too. I would like to maybe lose a little of that too. But if I could get my hips to not lie, I mean, I'd be in for that too. I'd be in for that. Los, when I read this, I was like, he's doing what? He's created what?
The left has made up a new term.
Oh, again? I feel like they do that with some sort of frequency.
So in the Atlantic over the weekend, there was an article about the clicktatorship. It's like, what is a clicktatorship? What exactly do you mean?
Clicktatorship.
Now, the article was Donald Trump has built a clicktatorship. This is by Donald Moynihan. And it talks about how the headline from the Atlantic is the Trump administration has fueled a social media worldview with authoritarian tendencies. And in this clicktatorship, Donald Moynihan argues, quote, judgment and decision-making are hyper-responsive to what's happening on the far-right internet. All right, so here's the fun part about this article. For the better part of a decade, Donald Trump has had better ideas than the establishment.
Yeah.
The Republicans and Democrats on either side. In fact, in the last 4 years, when we saw what happened with the Biden administration, is not almost every decision that has come out of this administration a better decision? Real world inflation's at 1%. The number overall is at 2.1. We had, and again, I'm not a big on talking about the stock market outside of it. Makes the 529s blow up for the girls.
Right. 401k maybe.
50,000. All right, we are humming. We're talking about we're going to get somewhere into the 4 to 5 GDP. The tariffs have made us billions. They have cut down our trade deficit from like 160 billion to like 20 billion. All right, everything is humming. And here's the problem. The Atlantic and the Democrats have no ideas of their own. So their only idea is, well, let's call it far right on the internet and call it a clicktatorship. No, you just don't have any good ideas. And the establishment doesn't at all.
And when you were winning, it's because you were censoring everybody that had an opposite opinion of you.
Thank you.
That's had the only time.
You had to censor anyone who had a difference of opinion that was not yours.
And you can go back and count how many situations they did that in. They did it with COVID. They did it with January 6th. They did it with the Russiagate. They did it with stolen election.
Did it with the laptop.
Did it with the laptop. Hunter
It was
Biden's laptop.
censored.
Everything that they've been successful with has been because you won't allow somebody else to have a counterpoint.
That they were wrong, too, by the way.
Well, of course. Yeah, all of it was propaganda.
Hey, we're wrong, but we need this propaganda. Let's make sure to censor the other side. So now, if it's not being censored and it's a free speech environment, well, apparently free speech, according to The Atlantic, is now far-right internet.
Well, what did Hillary...
Clicktatorship.
What did Hillary say?
She said we needed to control the messaging.
That's exactly right. What did CEO of NPR...
Talked about how truth can get in the way
of what we need done.
Yeah.
That's essentially what she
Sometimes the truth can be a hindrance to progress.
Exactly. Dude, that's word for word. That's a good pull. Because I couldn't remember exactly what she said.
Feel pretty good about that one.
Yeah, that's a good pull.
I hope I'm pretty close to that. But
no, you are.
But
You
clicktatorship. This is like my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law makes up scenarios where she's right.
Oh,
the left makes up words
to make sure
phrases.
they're right. Yeah. How do we build this narrative, this creation to show how right we are, while we know actually we're really wrong and we can't win without cheating, we can't win without censorship. God.
Again,
so frustrating, dude.
I joke around about it. You have two choices right now in this country, and it's really what it's down to. It's, do you want to ride with success, or do you want to bring back failure? And within that failure is a level of madness that believes that if a woman is a lesbian, then that side needs to cut her breasts off, take off a piece of her hamstring, turn it into a ween, and attach it to her.
While for the rest of that person's life, they will need medical care that is really, really expensive.
Think about it. Their failure is then coupled with madness.
Yeah.
Because under no circumstances is what I described to you in 10 years, in 20 years, we're going to be like, really? That's what they were doing? In 10 years, you're going to sit back and say, is that criminal? Like, it should be.
It's already been proven.
It's already been proven.
And
you're liable for it.
We found that out this year. So, yes, in 20 years, people will be like, what? They did what?
So if I'm just saying that I believe we should keep rolling with this far-right clicktatorship, oh, what if we're just talking about, how about decent ideas for Main Street America? Because we get to have our definitions of what this stuff is. To Monahan over here, it's a far-right clicktatorship, far-right internet. No, how about it's just general Americans having common sense ideas and they're being rewarded by a president that's actually listening to them?
It seems like the right place to be. That the fruits of your labor benefit you, and you have the opportunity. You have opportunity to grow a 401k, to grow a 529, to start a business, to live the American dream, to be able to afford a rent and then eventually a down payment. And that's what we're headed toward.
And as it was brought up last week, the more people that we get rid of who are not supposed to be here, they're going to put them in concentration camps. Yeah. No, listen, we're deporting them. Okay, that's just what it is. The more that you deport that are not supposed to be here, the more that your home and rent prices come down. It's just supply and demand. It's real simple. It's not complicated. And
basic economics.
And the sad part about it is that you oftentimes have where it's like 4 or 5 people, especially in some of these smaller towns where they have like these meat packing facilities. This is one of the games that gets played. The owner will kick out the current tenant, drive the price up, and have 5 people living in a 2-bedroom house, and then that's how they end up making even more money off this stuff. Suddenly, those 5 people are sent off by ICE, and guess what happens? The other tenant can move back in at a lesser rate.
It happened in Ohio.
It's happened all over Ohio.
We had a specific story about a slumlord basically doing the exact same thing. He owned the meatpacking facility. He owned many of the houses, the rental houses around that area. Just like Lo said, kicked tenants out, brought in people, and he basically cordoned off. It wasn't a living room and some bedrooms. It was bedrooms and some bedrooms. Yeah. Everything was turned into just a sleeping quarter.
Just a sleeping quarter.
Unbelievable, man.
But when they're gone, suddenly everything comes down. Now, and I was also thinking about it in these terms because I keep going through like the wildest stuff in the world. If that means that my president every now and then says that Haitians are eating dogs, it's fine.
Yeah,
I'm good with it.
Yeah.
Is he right? I don't know. Is he wrong? I don't know. Doesn't bother me either way.
Yeah, exactly right.
Keep the vote going.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know what? Keep doing what you're doing. It's working.
Because the people you have assembled around you are pretty remarkable, led by Scott Besson, especially in the Treasury when it comes to economics.
Every time I get I can't believe Donald Trump said this or did this, I go, that's fine. Doesn't bother me none.
Shoulder shrug.
Yeah. You know what? It's like what my mama told me. Words aren't going to hurt me.
It's a big deal if you make it a big deal.
I don't make it a big deal.
That's what I used to tell my son.
Yeah.
When he was a kid, he'd mess up something. I was like, dude, it's not a big deal if you don't make it a big deal. Yeah. Let it go. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay.
It's not going to change my day.
That's right. That's exactly right. John Ossoff here in town, he said Trump is closing rural clinics and hospitals to give tax breaks, of course, to rich people, right? That's the talking point. That's the narrative. But wait till you hear who he's supposedly giving, according to John Ossoff, he's giving the tax breaks to. George Soros and Elon Musk. Maybe if you were inclined to believe the BS, if you're inclined to believe Senator Ossoff, you'd be like, okay, Elon Musk, at least I can believe that. I know they have a relationship. George Soros is a globalist who hates Donald Trump. Why? Why in the world? If Donald Trump's the most corrupt president in the world, like y'all say he is, why then would he give a tax break to the guy that funds everything the left wants to do? That makes no sense whatsoever.
They couldn't possibly be on more opposite sides of the spectrum when it comes to their politics. They can both be billionaires, and hey, you're both in the billionaire club. Donald Trump is a nationalist. That is not what you're getting out of George Soros.
One more point I want to make. I want you to hear him say it so you don't think it's just me making it up.
Trump was supposed to fight for the working class. Instead, he's literally closing rural clinics and hospitals to cut taxes for George Soros and Elon Musk.
Okay.
How did you make yourself out to be I'm the great warrior against George Soros?
Doesn't even make any sense.
What a dork.
But then on top of that, Los, he didn't name one hospital. He didn't name one city. Not one rural community. Like, he's got all this evidence, but he didn't name any of them? He didn't name any. It reminds me of when that group of senators that were saying, well, Donald Trump's giving out all these unlawful orders. Now, military men and women don't follow these orders.
Name one.
Name one. It didn't work then. And John Ossoff, it's not working now. Nobody buys that, man.
You notice how that went away when Mark Kelly stood down?
Yes. Yeah.
It's like, hey, listen, we got you by the jingly janglies.
And you know it.
You want to keep it quiet now? Shh. Go to sleep now.
That's exactly right.
Go to sleep, little astronaut.
Night. It's time to go to sleep.
Go sleep.
Could not give you one thing. Oh, and by the way.
Space is stupid, by the way. He went there.
Yeah, that's right. He couldn't name one hospital, but just so you know, this is a guy that voted against a $218.9 million rural health care funding that would have been here in Georgia. Just so you know who's actually working against the rural hospitals in the state that you live in. And while we're putting the cherry on top, tying it in a bow, more than 70 billionaires made direct contributions to John Ossoff since 2017 in his house or in his special election run. So some of those donors: George Soros, Alex Soros, Reid Hoffman, J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois. Just saying, if you're wondering who's canoodling.
If you go to space, I mean, it kind of ruins your career anyway.
Why do you think that?
It just doesn't work for anybody.
Well, it's not made anybody like a grip of money that I can tell. Maybe Elon is probably...
He hasn't gone to space.
Well, no, but I was thinking the people maybe... Well, it's not even Elon. It would be Bezos.
See?
He's the one that's...
How's that working out for him with the Washington Post?
Not well.
I told you.
Not well.
Space is stupid.
It jiggles up your brain or something.
Don't go.
Don't go. I love it. Space is stupid.
It's factual information being doled out.
You won't hear that anywhere else today, tomorrow, or ever. You only get it here on the Morning Extra. See, this is the place to be.
When we come back, can somebody tell the country singer? It's questionable if you can call him that. But anyway, the singer from Oklahoma. Please shut up. Next on Extra.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, February 10th. The Hawks, they lost last night in Minnesota to the Timberwolves, 138-116. Outside of that outcome, though, for the second time this season, Atlanta Hawks forward Jalen Johnson has been named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. Johnson is scheduled to participate in the upcoming NBA All-Star Game. From college hoops, it's an off night for both big local teams. Tomorrow night, Georgia hosts Florida. Georgia Tech, they will host Wake Forest. You can hear that game on our sister station's brand new app, 680 and 680 The Fan. From the NFL, with the conclusion of the Super Bowl, Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak has been officially named the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. With the sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Join Daniel Madelon, CEO of A Second Chance Bail Bonds, and co-host Tug Cowart as they bring together law enforcement, justice insiders, and voices from every part of the justice system, victims, advocates, and people who've turned their lives around. It's not PR, it's not fluff. It's an honest talk about what's working, what's broken, and how to build a better path forward, one second chance at a time. This week's guest is Holly Waltman, owner and managing partner of the Waltman firm. Justice Unfiltered. Unfiltered, informed, and unbiased.
So, you had a long day. You decided to stop for a cocktail on the way home. The next thing you know, you had one too many, and you just got pulled over. You need A Second Chance Bail Bonds. A Second Chance can get you or a loved one out of jail quickly, in most cases, in a matter of hours. A Second Chance Bail Bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Get help now. Call 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT, or contact them online at atlbail.com.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
You know, Los, we found a better way for customers to buy a car. An honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee.
How do you prove that?
We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal.
How much can people save when they buy their next vehicle with the honest car guy?
I've saved people upwards of $20,000 and $30,000. I mean, it really depends on the year, the make, the model of the car, and the price of the car. You know, on a $15,000 car, I can't save you $20,000. We can probably save you $2,000 or $3,000. But it's through the course of the whole sale. The big one here that people don't realize, the financing. You go into the dealership, they tell you your rate's 9%, or really it's probably 7% because they're allowed to make 2 points on there. The honest car guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, try the honest car guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
It's the hardest working part of your home, your garage door. When it fails, you need someone you can trust. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. When the largest and most important opening of your home breaks, don't hire a schmo. Call the local name you know, All Four Seasons. Ask your neighbors. We offer upfront pricing, free estimates on all major brands, and 24/7 service. When trust matters, trust us. All, the number 4, seasonsgarages.com.
Are you a fraud-paying American? 1 in 4 tax-paying Americans have been victim of identity fraud. With LifeLock, your identity, if it's stolen, they fix it guaranteed or your money back. And last year, billions in refunds were stolen. Could be from your salary, overtime, or second job. Gone. But this year, you don't need to stay a victim. Because this tax season, fraud-paying American is something no American should have to claim. Save up to 40% off your first year with the promo code BECK. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms do apply.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Extra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events, and so much more. Follow @Xtra1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Lord, oh Lord, sometimes they say shut up and dribble, sometimes they say shut up and play.
And he didn't leave much to Mom.
And that's probably what should have been said by sometimes connected to country music, most times not, Zach Bryan. Can the man from Oklahoma, and God bless him, appreciate his service to the United States Navy, appreciate everything he did.
Oh, no, we have two strikes in here. He's a Navy man, and also he's country adjacent.
Yeah, he's country
This is
adjacent.
why I brought this to the table, because I need, every 6 months, I feel like I go to Tug, and I'm like, explain to me what's with this guy.
Yeah, so he has never wanted to be in country music and has a horrible relationship with country radio. He's hard to deal with. And so basically, he was there on country radio for a blip, and now he's gone. Nobody pays attention to him. Nobody requests his music. Nobody talks about him, really.
Is it because of this sort of stuff?
Yes,
he's a bag. So most recently, this be a Zach Bryan on the Turning Point USA halftime show. Quote, "I don't care what side you're on." Okay, so far so good.
But the problem is, yes, he does.
A bunch of adults throwing temper tantrums and their own halftime show is embarrassing as hell and the most cringe S on the planet. All right, so let's update this. Just from the information we're starting to find out now. The tracking is now showing that as many as 39% of the total audience left during the halftime show.
Say that number again, because that's
as much as 39% of the total audience left.
Dude.
What was left was passive viewership. Now, here's the next part that is being completely underscored. It looks like the numbers from Puerto Rico and at least Central and South America is what spiked this thing, because obviously Bad Bunny.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, as somebody who's paying $8 to $10 million per ad, I'm not paying to get access to Puerto Rico and Central and South America. They don't have the same buying power.
That's right.
So this is a complete train wreck for the NFL right now.
It continues to get worse and worse and worse.
This is a marketing bomb.
You know how I know it's as bad as you're laying it out? Because Jimmy Kimmel, on his show, said liberals are pretending to be Bad Bunny fans simply to oppose Donald Trump. Jimmy freaking Kimmel is going, yeah, I don't want anything to do with that.
Let's face what this really is. And again, Zach Bryan doesn't get this as a fake adjacent country man, but he is a Navy man.
And God bless him for his service.
So there you go there.
You can be an idiot and have been in the Navy. It happens to a lot of people.
Living proof with you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Sorry, that was a little aggressive.
What a Lee Harvey. Man,
sure,
it's really aggressive for the 6 o'clock hour, Bryce.
Gracious.
No, but this is a situation where the NFL is going to have to learn that when you turn off your core audience, even something as incredible as the NFL is not Bud Light proof. It's not Target proof. Cracker Barrel, none of them. Jaguar. Once you turn off your core audience, they will go away. Now, apparently they came back, but we're talking about nearly 40% of your total audience checked out of your halftime show and went and did other things. And again, the numbers are a little bit inflated because there is such a thing as passive viewership.
No, sure.
Which is, okay, it's on, it's just on. Like that was what we were doing.
And that's what we discussed yesterday. How many people stopped what they were doing and just went to had no interest in the game, just went to the Super Bowl just to watch the halftime show? I bet zero. Who's going, yep, that's what I'm going to go join that broadcast just for this, and then I'm going back to reading my book?
Honestly, my 15-year-old daughter, and she was wildly unimpressed.
Okay, so we got one.
But that's who that was obviously aimed at. Now, the advertising in the Super Bowl is all aimed, it's not at Bryce, it's at you and me right now. We've entered that age of Gen X.
Yep.
And Gen X checked out. That is why, if Jay-Z has any sense, first off, if the NFL has any sense, might want to move away from Rock Nation for the time being.
Be smart.
Might want to go ahead and do some more concert stuff rather than when you look at from the stands. It's like you can't even see Bad Bunny performing.
Yeah.
He's just running through bushes. At some point, if you're going to reach Gen X, who is your buying consumer? That's everything you're trying to sell with the Super Bowl. Might want to give some Gen X talent that we're interested in.
It'll be Foo Fighters next year. I'm telling.
Wouldn't surprise me.
They're going to go.
They're going to go. All right. Who is the biggest one that we can get
that Gen X will attach to? This week, almost every liberal I know is all of a sudden really into Bad Bunny. People I've never heard the word say Bad or Bunny in their lives. Did any of them know a Bad Bunny song or what he was singing? Absolutely not. Never heard of one or a second one. Jimmy Kimmel is blasting. He feels comfortable because it was such a disaster.
TurningPointUSA saw a vulnerability and they took advantage of it to the it might get to 30 or 40 million. Like we know right now, by regular estimates, it looks like about 22.5 million. And as much as 39% of your audience checked out of the halftime show. Didn't mean they went over to TPUSA.
No.
But they checked out.
They were just like,
let's do something different.
Again, it's about making a statement.
Hey, the Golden Girls are on.
That's right.
I wasn't kidding about that. Watch the Golden Girls. Go watch whatever you feel like. I just know that you didn't consume that, at least not in the numbers that they're used to.
And they recognize
American audience.
It. Yeah, and they recognize it. They know. They're not saying a word. They know. When we come back, Bad Bunny was not on the menu. Next on Extra 1063. Welcome to the show, y'all.
If Minnesota has shown us anything, it's that the left will side with rioters over America. The real immigration crisis is inside blue cities, whose years of soft on crime, open border policies are now colliding with public safety. Atlanta's conservative news and talk station won't be swayed by headwinds of left-wing media. We'll always give you the facts from the most trusted voices in the country. Extra 1063 and the Extra app.
This Valentine's Day, give a gift that says forever and a night out that says, I thought of everything. Hi, I'm Jaron Solomon, and right now at Solomon Brothers, when you spend $9.99 or more, dinner at Michelin-recommended Tiny Lou's is on us. Tiny Lou's is a chic French-American brasserie serving seasonally inspired French favorites, complemented by a French-focused wine list. It's intimate, retro chic, and the perfect setting for romance. So whether it's diamond studs, trendy layered necklaces, or the bracelet she's been hinting at, you're not just giving a gift. You're creating the whole evening. One stop, one perfect surprise. At Solomon Brothers, we don't just help you get Valentine's Day right. We help you earn credit for planning the whole thing in advance. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, Buckhead, Alpharetta, and Sharpsburg, helping Atlanta say I do and I love you since 1982.
Oh no, what is that sound?
It's our rejection detection system. It's showing that several men across Georgia are being denied intimacy by their partners due to ED.
How can this be?
Well, it's more common than you think. As men age, their bodies change. And unfortunately, once they get over 50, some things don't work like they used to.
So what do we do?
There's only one thing to do. We need to get them to Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. He can fix ED problems.
But how?
At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, they are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, and Trimex to create an erection and more.
Hi, this is Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 struggle with some form of ED? Guys, it won't get better on its own. When it's not hard, it's really hard. But I can help you today. Call us at Total Body Therapy of Georgia at 404-777-1911 or learn more about us online at tbtofga.com.
Ready to sell your home fast and for top dollar? Trust Design to Sell. Staging and interior design experts recognized as one of the top 10 staging companies in the nation. From stylish redesigns to full-service staging, Design to Sell creates spaces buyers fall in love with. Faster sales, better offers. That's the power of great design. Call 678-505-1433 or visit homedesign2sell.com and ask for the fan special.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the Honest Car Guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
You know, Los, we found a better way for customers to buy a car. An honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee.
How do you prove that?
We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal.
How much can people save when they buy their next vehicle with the Honest Car Guy?
I've saved people upwards of $20,000 and $30,000. I mean, it really depends on the year, the make, the model of the car, and the price of the car. You know, on a $15,000 car, I can't save you $20,000. We can probably save you $2,000 or $3,000. But it's through the course of the whole sale. The big one here that people don't realize, the financing. You go into the dealership, they tell you your rate's 9%. Well, really, it's probably 7% because they're allowed to make 2 points on there. The Honest Car Guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, try the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME1 or honestcarguy.com.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, Extra 106.3 FM.
It's day 10, and there's still no sign of Nancy Guthrie. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help.
Savannah Guthrie in another social media video urging anyone who might hear or see something strange.
No matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson.
Fox's Matt Finn's outside Nancy Guthrie's Arizona home where the 84-year-old was kidnapped more than a week ago.
The deadline for the ransom, the alleged ransom, came and went yesterday. It expired. Our understanding is the family did not pay out to any alleged kidnappers. So that also begs the question of whether these alleged ransom notes were ever legitimate, or if they are linked to the actual suspects in this case. The FBI says the family is not in contact with any alleged kidnappers.
And the FBI has not named a person of interest. There's a different kind of search in Georgia, a manhunt for 2 escapees who broke out of jail Sunday night in Sumter County, south of Atlanta. They're both behind bars facing murder charges. The U.S. bombed another suspected drug trafficking boat off the South American coast. 2 alleged narco-terrorists killed. Another survived, and the Coast Guard was called in to help. This as another oil tanker was seized.
The U.S. had hunted the ship called the Aquila II all the way from the Caribbean to the Indian Ocean before eventually boarding that vessel. Now, that vessel was operating in defiance of President Trump's established quarantine of sanctioned vessels in the Caribbean.
That's Fox's Kevin Corke. Despite recent U.S. brokered talks between Russia and Ukraine described as productive, trying to end the war, Fox's Jonathan Savage reports.
There's still a long way to go, says Russia's top diplomat Sergei Lavrov, Vladimir Putin's foreign minister, suggesting there's no reason to be optimistic about how peace talks are going. Overnight, a Russian aerial assault significantly damaged an energy facility in Ukraine's Black Sea region of Odessa.
America's listening to Fox News.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation honors America's heroes and their families, heroes like Scott Abrams. Now, for more than 3 decades, Scott served his community and country while he was on his NYPD motorcycle escorting a funeral procession. Scott was hit by a bus, leaving him partially paralyzed. Tunnel to Towers was able to honor Scott with a mortgage-free smart home. Please join us supporting the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. If you can donate $11 a month, go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
Extra 106.3 wants to know, is this what you voted for? Call 404-741-1230 and let us know on the Morning Extra.
Oh, my goodness. Right?
Bryce must have saw me yawn a minute ago. And it just jumped out on me, you know? And then the next thing
sir.
appetite. Welcome to the Jungle is blasting in my ears. On a Tuesday morning.
Man.
Let's freaking go.
This right here, now again, it was from the LA scene, and it looked like, but it was not hair metal, hair rock.
It gets grouped in there a lot, though. You're right.
This changed things. Now, it was a very short run. It was like 89 to like 92 but this was your transition from hair metal, hair rock to grunge.
Yeah.
Man, the fact that they were one of the bands that was big enough to release a dual album,
double record,
You're
losing 1 and 2,
and we're all just waiting for it, and then we were waiting for everything else, and it just was gone,
dude. It's just because it
was a cultural phenomenon for like a 2 or 3 year point.
But just how volatile Axl Rose was, and just his I don't know, craziness. He was incredible for that 4, 5, 6, whatever years. And it's still like, he still has a little bit of that in there, but there's just no way that it can last the way that as big as it was and how
massive.
Volatile he was. There's just no way. So you just have to accept it, that it was amazing, and it's gone.
When Paradise City came out,
dude,
like that video, I remember like one of the first times I saw it, I was like, it's like in black and white. And then it flips to color as the song picks up at the end. And I don't know, it's not like some crazy effect, but it suddenly just hit that, man,
so good.
What genius, now it's in color.
And then,
it's like, what? Right. It's not supposed to be that big a deal.
And then the whistle to start everything off. That's how it's crazy.
Yeah.
That's how I actually hooked my son Jacob to listening to Guns N' Roses. And I was like, hey, the song came out. I was like, wait, here in a minute, you're going to hear this build and listen for the whistle when everything kicks off. And that's, for whatever reason, it was the whistle that hooked him.
All right, I've got to go back to good, strong, clean Bryce. So, Bryce, your experience with Guns N' Roses, what do you know of that band? Like, do those songs still resonate with younger people?
Yeah. Like, I know that song. I know Paradise City.
Okay.
Sweet Child
I'm just glad.
Child of Mine is classic.
Because at this point, we're now talking, like, we're getting near 40 years on this stuff.
Was that 87, 88-ish?
Yeah.
She got smile that it seems.
And look at you. And everybody's covered it from Sheryl Crow to Carrie Underwood.
But I know the clock is ticking here, but it's the same way where when I was in college, if I knew stuff from like the early 70s, late 60s, and I did, but
I learned all that on my own though, because my parents didn't know any of it, didn't listen to any of that. We only listened to country and
I got to give credit to my mom for this one. A big John Denver fan.
The dude who doesn't love John Denver. Come on, Country Roads Take Me Home. And
I wasn't imagining your mom was listening to Appetite in the car driving you to middle school.
Mom definitely was not.
Shut up, kids! The whistle's about to blow.
Come on,
little Simon and Garfunkel in there too.
What? Simon and Garfunkel? Yeah, Sound of Silence, one of my favorites.
Right.
Of them. Love those guys. But 87. It was July 21st of 87 when Appetite for Destruction dropped and changed the trajectory of popular music as far as rock.
7-year-old and I was like, whoa.
This is something.
Because you're getting to that age right then where you're starting to watch MTV.
Yeah. Well, that and you finding your own stuff, right?
Sure.
Because you'd only listen to what your parents listened to because you didn't have any other choice.
First tape I ever got because it was so popular was Slippery When Wet.
So good. That was 86, I believe.
Yeah. I had that on tape and I wore that thing out.
Slippery When Wet. Let's see. Make sure I'm right about it. I think it was 86.
But I had older friends. Well. I think that was part of it.
Yeah.
Because my friends,
86.
a lot of them had older brothers, so we got into music a little bit earlier than a lot of other kids did. Like, we knew stuff that we were listening to because our older friends, our older brothers' friends were listening, and we're like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Me, I didn't have that. I didn't have the older brother or anything, so I was finding it on my own. But, man, it was because of the way I love it now. It started then. And then I was just like, one would lead to another. You'd find the band that influenced that band, and you go back and listen to that, and just the crazy web that is
the amount of band. Like, that's how I ever ran into Led Zeppelin. The amount of bands during that period that would point out Led Zeppelin, so you would go back and listen to Led Zeppelin. You're like, oh, Now I get it.
Yeah, dude, it's so good. That was a good start.
Yeah, good start.
We need to have like Rock Wednesday.
Okay,
something.
Yeah, or Metal Monday.
Metal Monday.
Oh man,
I don't know. Just making it up, but it could be. You know.
I also think we should implement Flannel Friday.
Flannel Friday would be then all grunge songs.
Then it's all grunge.
I like it.
And I'm gonna put together a playlist.
There we go, man. I like it. I love these ideas.
These are your suggestions to the Twitter feed.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly right.
Hello, chat. What's up, YouTube? What do you want to hear from? Bryce is ready for you.
He is. Are you on Twitter, Bryce?
Yeah.
What is your name?
Bryce_Gobert14.
There you go. Bryce_Gobert14.
Didn't think I'd get a self-promo today. Thank you.
There you go. And then that way you can send him your request for Metal Monday or Flannel Friday or I don't know. whatever. We'll maybe we'll get one for every day. Who knows? Let's get to the first thing to know this morning.
Way out west, there's a show, the Morning Xtra, Tug Los, deep in the story, breaking news that's bold.
So later in the evening, yesterday evening, there was new news about the Trump-Epstein connection. Oh. You know, the libs always say Trump's in the Epstein files. He's mentioned a million times.
All right, I get it. This is the moment where I start having tired head until you get new information.
That's right.
Like, oh, this again. Huh?
This
Epstein.
again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, Aunt Peg.
Yeah.
What do you got this time around?
Yeah, this is, maybe this is the last dagger, except for Aunt Peg, who's not willing to pay attention, not willing to listen, not willing to look at what is in front of her face. The story breaking last night that in court testimony, these are documents that were released from back in 2006 when Donald Trump was the first person to call the police on Jeffrey Epstein, saying you need to pay attention to this dude. This dude's bad news. He's got this woman that's working for him, and he calls her specifically in this document evil.
So the timeline goes that in 2005, Donald Trump recognizes that Jeffrey Epstein, we'll just say it, we'll go old Southern, he's up to no good.
He's up to, that sounds like something Waylon Jennings would have said in one of the transition scenes on the Dukes of Hazzard.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
That's right, because it's fun to do bad things.
And smoke cigarettes.
I want to do hood rat stuff with my friends. So by 2006, he's now contacting authorities and letting them know, hey, this guy and his girl are filthy. Now, these are all court documents from 2019. A lot of it quite redacted because the person that they're interviewing, their name is not part of this. But they run it down that just like we heard from the attorney that was representing the victims, just like this story has been out for now the better part of a year and a half, Donald Trump was one of the original whistleblowers and an FBI informant against Jeffrey Epstein. And so much of this has been about the Democrats getting back at him for what he did to their friend.
For blowing up their friends.
blowing up their pedo ring.
Yeah, absolutely. And Donald Trump, when talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, as you'll see, and as we mentioned, he uses the word evil and says focus on her. He didn't say bad. He didn't say awful.
He said evil.
He said evil, dude. There's nothing past evil. I usually don't try to use the word evil when I'm talking about things that I think are horrible. It's rare that I use that because where do you go from there? There's nothing more devious. There's nothing more awful. There's nothing more terrible than that word. So once you've gone there, there's no place left to go. But I think in this case, it's deserved.
So Maxwell, because this is always worth remembering, was friends with this woman named Laurene Powell. Now, who's Laurene Powell? What does that matter? Well, Laurene Powell happens to be the owner of The Atlantic.
Oh, of course.
So when all of this is coming around, here's one of the stories they posted. The great fake child sex trafficking epidemic.
When was this? Does it got a date on there?
That was an article, I believe, from now 7 years ago.
Okay, yeah. Of course.
8 years ago.
Trying to put people off the case.
Basically trying to cover for your friend.
Yeah.
Trying to cover for the Democrat Party. This is the party of pedophilia. And what has happened is Donald Trump helped blow it up. And by the time that Epstein goes down, all the files are basically covered up so that we didn't know about how extensive it was and how much it reached into the power of the Democrat Party. This story has not changed from what we told you.
Mm-mm.
You're just getting more supporting court documents.
You're just being told now, or being shared, shown the actual things that went on in a courtroom under oath. When you hear about people that are involved, Prince Andrew has always been brought up in this document. He's brought up as well. A fixture in the Palm Beach area had no protection while there.
2021, by the way,
was when
that article. Yeah.
So as early as 2021, as early as 5 years ago, or late as 5 years ago, they were trying to put people off the scent, and at some point they had to go, okay, how do we try to change this up? How do we try to change the story? How do we try to write this mythology, word that you used earlier this morning? Because at some point they did. I don't know if they saw the cards come crashing down. We can't hold back the dam anymore. We've got to say something about it. Let's see how we can spin it.
I think they firmly believed, because of the amount of powerful people that were involved, and that obviously Jeffrey Epstein operated quite a bit in New York, and that there was at some point a relationship with Donald Trump. I believe the left completely bought into the idea that there's no way that Donald Trump is not part of this.
That's right, because of his level of wealth and power.
They were ready to burn down Bill Clinton and the Royals and anybody else in the interest of getting Donald Trump. And what we've continued to find, he's the original FBI informant. He's one of the original whistleblowers on all of this, and one of the only people that we know, court documented, sworn under oath, was cooperative with this entire investigation, both in Florida and then federally.
You had the lawyer said he's the only person that we called up, said, I'll give you as much time as you need. Nobody else did it. Said, come in, whatever you need, we'll go through.
The attorney for the victims, who was representing them, he said he's the only one who said, as much as you need.
And I don't know the number of victims now, but there has been certainly at least one, if not several, victims that have said, dude had nothing to do with this. Nothing. Never saw him do anything inappropriate. Never saw him say anything inappropriate. Never was he in a situation where there was inappropriate behavior going on. None of it.
So, and here's the frustrating part about so much of this. So you even have Super Bowl ads where here are victims. They're showing what they look like when they were sex trafficked, and then when they were raped, assaulted, whatever occurred to them on the island, however they reached that status of being a victim. In my opinion, so many of them probably have non-disclosure agreements because of the money that they took. I've seen the state largely was liquidated to pay them.
Right.
They have got, now there is no amount of money to make up for this sort of stuff, but they've gotten some money that came back their way. I keep saying, why don't you just name names? But I don't believe they ever want to, because they don't want to violate any agreements.
Yeah, sure.
So they're waiting for somebody else to reveal the names, and I keep trying to tell you, nobody else in power is going to reveal those names.
Because why would they?
Why would they?
What would be the gain? Like, where do they benefit?
And the left is still under the mythology like somebody's going to say Trump. I'm like, listen,
dude,
we've been down this road, and here's all the documents.
This is the nail in the coffin for that.
It should be.
For the fact that Trump told the Palm Beach police chief, thank goodness you're stopping Epstein. Thank goodness you're stopping Epstein. He called the police department to tell them that. This has to be the end of it. Nothing else flies after this. Who's going to believe anything that the media, that the crazy spinsters on social media, who's going to buy into Donald Trump being a part of this now? Who?
Now MS Now, and they've been running for this all morning, because this is how big the story was when it broke last night. Some Epstein files still redacted, despite DOJ's pledge.
It's physically a name of probably an officer. Or
somebody who's being interviewed.
Yeah, somebody's being. That's the only thing you don't have. And who cares?
But this keeps up the mythology for the Aunt Pegs of the world. That see, they're still not telling all of it. There's going to be Trump's name in there somewhere.
At some point, one of those blocks that are removed.
Yeah, it is. He's a witness.
Yes, exactly.
He's in there as the cooperating witness, and the whistleblower, and the person who pointed this thing out to authorities pretty early on.
Enough. And I saw where from earlier this morning, Stephen King, Ghislaine Maxwell takes the fifth. What is she hiding? Who is she protecting? I'll give you a hint. He can pardon her. What are you talking about, dude?
You've created your own mythological reality.
And it's funny that it comes from Stephen King because that's what he does, is create mythology, create stories.
He is so caught up in this idea that we're just this... Okay, it's Lucy and the football. Every year, Charlie Brown tries to kick it, and it always ends the same way. Charlie Brown on his butt, Lucy's got the football, everybody has a laugh. What do you want it to be, Russian collusion? Do you want it to be, let's see, the first impeachment? Maybe the second impeachment. Would you like it to be the case in Georgia that fell apart, or the one in New York? How many times do we have to go down this road? The bullet missed in Pennsylvania. All right, all the things that you have tried have not worked. And most of them are built in some fantasy world, except the bullet, where none of it ever is going to amount to what you want it to. Yet you still keep falling for the same tactic. Lucy still holds the football, and you're like, now's the time. We got it this time.
We're going to get him this time. Stephen King. Who is it? It has to be Trump. He's the only one that can pardon her. That's the reason Ghislaine Maxwell took the fifth. No, she did it to save her own hide, man. Why does anybody take the fifth?
She's the only person who is sitting in prison who's doing 20 years over any of this stuff.
Anybody else? Bill Gates didn't. Bill Clinton didn't.
Everybody else running around doing their thing.
Free as a bird.
You know why she's doing those 20 years? Because she doesn't want to end up dead.
That's exactly right, dude. That's 100% right. There is no doubt, because of all the craziness that went on around Jeffrey Epstein.
You know why she won't tell you that much and takes the fifth? Because she doesn't want to end up dead.
The Morning Extra.
These are not non-powerful people.
No, for sure. There's a reason Jeffrey Epstein's dead. There's a reason for that.
Well, he committed suicide.
We think.
What's that?
So we think.
I don't even think.
I'm not ready to get the tinfoil hat out and tell you he's alive.
Oh, I'm not either, but
that's out there.
No, right.
But I'm not going down that road.
No, I don't think that. But I certainly think there was an ease of use of getting him dead.
Yes. Some people made it easier to unalive him.
Yeah, that's right. When we continue, the one, the only Neal Boortz, the talk master, joins the Morning Extra. The only place to ever hear Neal Boortz is right here.
Live and local news talk continues at 3 p.m. with Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. It's the Kimmer Show, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Ain't nothing beats the cozy comfort of a warm fireplace on a cool Georgia night. Tug here for Chimney Solutions. But before you light that fire, make sure the chimney's clean, safe, and ready with my friends at Chimney Solutions. Atlanta's trusted chimney experts for over 25 years. Did you know that a dirty and damaged chimney could lead to dangerous carbon monoxide leaks or even chimney fires? Don't take that chance. Chimney Solutions certified technicians use state-of-the-art equipment to ensure your home and family are protected. They also specialize in gas log conversion, fireplace remodeling, and energy-efficient chimney caps that keep pests and rain out and heat in. From cozy cottages to luxurious homes, thousands of Atlantans trust Chimney Solutions to keep the heart of their home burning bright. Visit chimneysolutions.com to read actual customer testimonials. Chimneysolutions.com. Chimney Solutions, keeping Georgia homes safe, warm, and beautiful for over 25 years.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Did you know that there are over 34,000 lawyers in the state of Georgia? Yet despite that huge number, Bruce Hagen was recently named by his peers as one of the top 100 lawyers in the state. Do you know who is not among the top 100 lawyers in the state? Some clown standing on top of an 18-wheeler. Those kind of lawyers may make flashy ads, but they're just marketers, not real lawyers. If you've been injured in a car wreck, you need Bruce Hagen, a real lawyer who tries cases and wins. Call Bruce Hagen. He's the real deal for your injury case. Hagen-law.com.
Hey, this is John Flading. I'm the president and owner of ATL Turf Co. We are a family-owned, operated, independent local company. We have over 15 years of artificial grass design, installation, and sales experience. From premium artificial lawns and backyards, custom putting greens, sports fields, hardscape, drainage, we do both residential and commercial. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
When it comes to luxury, performance, and cutting-edge technology, few brands do it better than Cadillac.
And there's no better place to experience Cadillac than Jim Ellis Cadillac, where buying a luxury vehicle is just as refined as the vehicle itself.
From the bold Escalade to the sleek XT5, the powerful CT5, and the electrifying new Lyriq, you'll find an impressive selection ready to go.
That means more choices, more availability, and competitive pricing, all with the transparent, no-pressure approach Jim Ellis is known for.
And with the Jim Ellis Expressway, you can start your purchase online. Value your trade, schedule a test drive, even complete paperwork from home.
It's luxury car buying made simple and convenient on your terms. Or shop in person and enjoy a professional, welcoming dealership experience that puts you first.
To get started, visit JimEllisCadillac.com or stop by the Jim Ellis Cadillac dealership on Peachtree Boulevard, just inside the perimeter.
Jim Ellis Cadillac, where you can always expect the best.
February is Heart Health Month, and heart problems don't care what month it is, and everybody knows somebody with a heart issue, a parent, maybe you, maybe me, and you have health insurance, so you're covered, right? And, well, maybe until you see the out-of-pocket costs, insurance doesn't pay. If a heart attack or stroke hits, you're suddenly staring at deductibles and missed paychecks, mortgages due, bills don't take sick days. You don't need a second heart attack from opening the mail. Well, nobody wants to start a GoFundMe either to get back on your feet. That's why our listeners now have added a separate heart and stroke plan. It can pay a lump sum cash benefit on the first covered event up to $75,000 paid directly to you. Benefits vary by plan and eligibility. It's usually affordable. You can call Steva to get the details. It takes about 2 minutes to check your options. The Health Insurance Doctor, solving problems you don't see coming before they happen. HealthInsuranceDoctor.net. Here's the number, 678-523-0759. Ask about the heart and stroke coverage. HealthInsuranceDoctor.net.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Tuesday, February 10th, and here are your headlines. Some much-needed rain is coming this week as scattered showers are expected Tuesday into Wednesday morning, with light rain lingering Wednesday and a heavier round late Saturday into Sunday that can bring 1 to 2 inches across parts of North Georgia. Forecasters say the rain will be spread out, reducing flood concerns while helping drought conditions. A federal judge has ordered the Justice Department to unseal documents tied to the Fulton County Election Office ballot seizure investigation, a case involving efforts to access voting equipment after the 2020 election. The ruling could shed new light on who authorized the operation and what federal officials knew at the time. And finally, State School Superintendent Richard Woods will present Literacy and Math Leader Awards Tuesday at Harrison High School, honoring more than 40 Cobb County high schools for strong performance on Georgia Milestones exams. The awards recognize schools showing both high achievement and significant academic growth. Today's weather is partly cloudy with a high of 75 and a low of 59. With your Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
You have heard Neal Boortz on the radio in Atlanta for years and years and years, and then he took his talents down to South Florida. But
and he disappeared. He was on a milk carton, but we found him.
We found him, and we brought him back, and we're like, hey, why don't we get Neal Boortz to come on the Morning Extra and come on Extra 106.3? He finally agreed, and here we are, like 5 years in with a weekly meeting with the Talkmaster Neal Boortz. Good morning.
I have not been doing this for 5 years.
Have you not? It seems.
Please tell me I haven't.
Yeah, I think
time cannot be going that fast.
I think it's 5 years, Neal.
You know what I'm doing now?
I'm afraid to ask.
Well, this is depressing. It's depressing.
Okay.
I actually, we have the bus barn.
Yeah.
Okay. And we have a condo that is downsized. We went from almost 6,000 square feet to just a little over 2,000 square feet.
Can't hide, bunny.
Slumming it.
I know it. Well, except we're on the beach.
Just to rub it in a little more.
I got an email from a friend over at SB, and he has a picture of some little kind of, memorabilia stuff related to me from that radio station.
Okay.
And you want me to send these to you? I said, no.
I would love to see them.
No,
I'm interested.
I said, actually, right now, I'm working on getting rid of a lot of crap so my daughter won't have to come down here and handle it when, the only thing I want from them is my Hall of Fame banner.
So is it like the Georgia Radio Hall of Fame?
No, it's the U.S. Hall of Fame.
Oh, wow. That's even bigger. Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
I can't have it. No.
Are you serious? They're being so petty that at SB they won't give you your Hall of Fame banner?
No, they won't.
That's low down, Neal Boortz.
And you know what? There's you know who Penley is, the artist Penley?
Yes.
Okay. He did a beautiful painting of me. It just my, handsome face. That's it. And I wanted it. And you can have it for $20,000.
Well, I mean, it is a Penley.
Yeah, but dude, it's a view. It's a view.
Whatever.
Dude, that is.
I mean, I could walk down to the World of Coke and ask for his work, and they'd probably tell me the same, if not double.
But it ain't a view.
I know.
It's not a portrait of you.
Who the hell else would want it?
I'm with you, Neal, on this one. I think you're exactly right. And I think it's low down. I think it's stinking rotten. No good for nothing.
Well, I look around the condo, and, like I'm looking over there, there's a big, heavy bulldog with a handle on it. What's that used for? To hold the door open. That needs to go. And
is it a Georgia bulldog?
I guess. I don't
Well,
know.
next time you come up this way, maybe you bring it to me because I'm a big Georgia bulldog fan.
I mean, it's a big, heavy, let's see. Dang, that is heavy. But it has a handle on top, too, so you can pick it up, put it down by a door.
Yes,
but I'm through collecting stuff. I mean, it's time to start getting rid of it.
Well, anything that you don't want, bring up here. We'll do a yard sale.
Yeah, I had a picture of my dad. A painting of my dad standing next to, with his little leather flight helmet on, standing next to a Stearman that he was learning to fly in. And I donated that to, it was a Penley. Huge pen. I donated that to a World War II museum down here in Southwest Florida. By the way, I am not in South Florida. I am in Southwest Florida. I do not want anybody to think I would live in Miami or Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, right.
This man has standards, sir.
Seriously, I didn't mean to make that.
But anatomically, I am eligible to live in Boca Raton.
One more time.
Anatomically.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He's permitted
to
be in Boca.
You'll have to work on that
one. Poor Tug. Tug just looking around like, what do I do from here?
I don't know where to go with this.
But Boca has he spent some time in Florida, has a reputation.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know this, and I've only been twice, and that's when my son was being recruited by FAU to play ball. We went twice, and it was amazing.
You should have asked around.
I know. I'm glad that I didn't. I'm afraid of what I would have found out. I'd rather live my life in ignorance in this case.
I'm glad you brought up what is that, FAFU?
Oh, yeah.
But I'm glad you brought that up. My commentary this morning is about some of the things that are going on in colleges. Thanks to the Mellon Foundation and others. Like at Emory University, do you know that you can go to Emory University to study black trans studies? I mean, it's not enough that I'm black studies. No, I'm black trans studies. Can't you just see some employer out there saying, oh my God, we need to diversify our workspace. Find me somebody that's up to speed on black trans studies.
I have to imagine that ends up being especially with what we've now seen with the AMA that's already made their ruling as far as no one under the age of 19. We shouldn't be having these surgeries. Obviously, all based off of the ruling that we got into with you last week out of New York. It seems that this is a dead-end road, especially for those that are looking to enhance their degree so that they can one day have a position in HR and say, I understand people really well.
Oh, yeah. So is it any wonder that people are from Ivy League, the top universities, are having trouble finding jobs?
Well, and they've changed the standards so much. And you cannot, there's not one person that can convince me that once they started making sure that Asian students did not get in and that the top students were no longer there, that it was just about making sure to check boxes on particular racial groups or religions, that didn't water down the entirety of the institutions.
Well, they're getting ready to put an A cap on at Harvard. 66% of students at Harvard get A's. 66% get A's. So there's a movement there. Now listen to this. We're going to put a cap on A's. Only 20% of students can get an A. You know what? I can't remember ever getting an A in college. Seriously.
It's not supposed to be that easy.
Yeah. Well, anyway, some kid at Harvard, when he learned that they were going to put a cap on A's, which is effectively probably going to end the straight A glut they have at Harvard, this kid said, well, with if you can't get A's at Harvard, life wouldn't be worth that much to live.
It's pretty extreme.
Yeah,
life wouldn't. So,
but we all grew up with the bell curve, right? Like again, excellence is supposed to be limited but rewarded, and most other people fall in the middle. But again, it's Harvard. I would expect that there would be more excellence on the smaller end.
No, there's not.
Yeah,
I mean Harvard. Exists on its reputation, not its current product. It's amazing. When I was practicing law, I made it a point. I rented office space to other lawyers. I love to rent to Emory graduates because they spend so much time coming to me and said, "Could you explain this to me? Can you tell?" And also, I can't remember one time I ever lost in court to an Emory lawyer.
See, this is hurting me, Neal, because the one Emory grad I know, she's a little bit out there. Okay, I'm right there with you. This is one of the universities that has the reputation of turning out great students. Where even if my older daughter said, "Hey, I want to go to Emory," I'd be like, "That sounds awesome."
Right, man.
But it's not. But it's not what it used to be.
Great students in what discipline?
And in this case, the people I know, they're marketing oriented. Maybe that's the area where they're still doing it.
I can't. The part of Emory that I just sing the praises of is, of course, Emory Medical. Because they saved my wife's life.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
twice. So the Emory Medical School, the Emory Hospital, especially neurology, those people hung the moon. The lawyers are also pretty damn good, but what else?
I was going to say lawyers too, because our friend Ray Giudice is an Emory grad.
Yeah.
He's a lawyer here in town.
Remember, Emory is the place where some kid or somebody walked around with a piece of chalk writing Trump on sidewalks.
Yeah, this happened.
And all of a sudden, students there needed counseling. They actually needed counseling because they're walking along the sidewalk in Emory and they see the word Trump written on a sidewalk in chalk.
That spawns from the parents. That's what that is. I'm convinced.
The microaggression culture that they bought into.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if it's parents. I wonder if this is how I belong. This is how I'm going to belong in this student body. I've got to feign outrage, fear, and offense at seeing the word Trump in chalk on a sidewalk.
Well, they have to validate themselves as being victims. And that's part of that culture, that once you look at yourself and whatever kind of victimhood that you want to assign yourself, that's how you find your belonging. So, I deal with racism. Well, I deal with misogyny. Well, I deal with Trump. Whatever it is.
I deal with black trans studies.
Black trans, it's just too much. As long as you adopt that sort of identity, well, then, okay, you fit in.
Which is why it's so important that to Los and I, that our kids play ball. Because when you're an athlete, there's no
time for that stuff.
Yeah, it's like the best person.
What about participation trophies?
No, we don't have those. Well, and Neal, you know this from having a granddaughter who's been involved with volleyball. It's either you win or you lose. There's no participation trophy from these tournaments.
There's no participation trophy in life.
That's right. That's exactly right. But when, like at some of the rec levels, yes. But when you get into very competitive sports, like as where Los's daughters are, early high school, and where my son is in a college on a college team, dude, the best person plays. Period. There's no ands, ifs, or buts, and they tell you, dude, you got outplayed. You sit today.
Other than my not so fantastic amateur hockey career, my sport was swimming because I was growing up in Southern California.
Okay.
And I'm at Tustin Union High School, Tustin, Santa Ana, Orange County, and I wanted to be on the swimming team. So I joined the swimming team, and I wear the little banana hammock and it was little. And
it's the first time he's gone down that road.
I go to practice. We're warm up for practice as you swim a mile. All this kind of stuff. And we had our first swim meet with Brea High School, BREA, arch rival. And I didn't get assigned a race. Okay, you're going to swim this, you're going to swim that. I didn't get one. Oh, I'm heartbroken. So the coach, his name was Moon, he comes over and says, Neal, he says, here's the deal. You're just not quite good enough yet to swim in any of these races, but we like the effort you put into this. So would you be the team manager? Oh, boy, what an insult. Would you be the team manager? I said, well, yeah, I will on one condition. He said, what's that? I said, give me one race against Brea. One. Okay, you can race the 200-yard freestyle. Nobody wanted to do that. Let me tell you, guys, when the second guy in that race reached the end, I was sitting on the side of the pool toweling off.
Wow. And so what did that lead to? Did they okay, well, maybe we misjudged this?
Well, from that point on, I never in my high school swimming career lost a race. The problem was that at my junior year, my dad got transferred to Pensacola, and they didn't have a. So there you go.
They didn't have a swim team in Pensacola?
They did not.
What? The ocean is in your backyard.
The ocean was in my what?
In your backyard.
Oh, back.
Sorry, my hillbilly jumped out on you.
No, they didn't have a swim team.
That's
but
surprising.
I think you learn from stuff like that.
I think so, too. What a great lesson.
It's like there's often times where, because of competition, you either show people or you don't. And you either validate what they think of you or you change what they think.
I was delivered the insult of, well, why don't you manage the swimming team? And I said, you give me one race to race, right, pal? And I got my letter, and I got, didn't get the girls.
Yeah, well,
that
came finally.
Did not get the girls.
Yeah, but you got the girl.
Well, I mean, they don't need a lot of imagination with what you're wearing.
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
Is that?
Look at that tiny little bun hugger that guy's wearing.
I thought it was. Is it anatomically correct? We're talking about that earlier at some point. I feel like I got brought up.
But I would have made a hell of a ski jumper. Let me tell you that.
Nothing to weigh you down.
I'm flying. Look at me, I'm flying.
That's right.
Halftime show.
Have you gotten into any of this these Olympic Games? Are you and the Queen watching any of this stuff?
I a little bit, because I love skiing. And that was tragic what happened to Lindsey Vonn.
Oh yeah.
She didn't tear her knee.
What?
She fractured her tibia, right?
Yeah,
she broke her leg.
Yeah, she broke her leg on the second injury.
It wasn't the ACL. So I watched that. I'm not a figure skating fan. I'm not,
There's a lot of curling on right now. I need to get past. Curling's fine, but I'm waiting for more of the stuff that's speed oriented.
I like the speed skating.
Yes, I like the speed skating. I love the racing.
Awesome.
I never tried. I could skate, but I'd never tried one of those things with the 8 foot long blade.
Right.
Never tried. But halftime show.
Oh
yes.
So what's your gut tell you on this one?
First of all, this Mr. Bunny, his whole act routine is monotone rapping. I was unimpressed with him, but I was highly impressed with the staging.
Okay, good. Yeah. I didn't see it. I watched the Turning Point, which was very good.
I did watch the halftime, and then I went back the next morning to watch the Turning Point.
Well, I watched the Turning Point as well. And look, I started out radio as a country disc jockey.
You and me both.
It's Randy.
Yeah. Randy Neal. I was Randy Neal.
Randy Neal.
And I didn't know it was prophetic. But you have to work on that one too.
Okay,
Tug.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
And but anyway, I just do not like country music today. It's just
you need to listen to Lee Brice. Go back and listen to some Lee Brice. He's good from Sumter, South Carolina, dude. I'm telling you, he is. There's a song called "I Drive Your Truck" about his son. It's a story about a father whose son dies in the Army. And
that sounds good.
It is. The story's great. Song called "Hard to Love."
It's out there. I just don't listen anymore, so I don't get to hear the good stuff.
I'll help you find that stuff.
There's one song right now, "Crazy as Me." Do you know that one?
Crazy as Me. I don't know if I know that one.
I really like that one.
Let me look it up real quick.
You must be crazy as me.
As me. Is this Alison Krauss?
No. Oh God, do I love Alison Krauss?
Me too.
I've got a pass.
Oh, wow.
Sweet.
Holy cow.
Just in case, because you never know.
I know. We each give each other a pass. My pass is for Alison Krauss.
I liked it because I bring this up with my wife, and I have told her if my pass was ever to present itself, things have gone really poorly for her. Just the thing, whatever Scarlett Johansson planned on doing in her life, it has not worked out well for me to have this opportunity.
Too many tattoos.
Yeah.
Scarlett.
Does she have some?
Yeah,
I didn't even know that.
Oh,
I didn't know that. Bells and Blakewood, "Crazy as Me." Is what you look it up?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've never heard it, so I'll have to go listen to it.
I think it's a great song, and I don't know, but I don't know whether it's getting play.
It is not on country radio.
It's what?
It is not on country radio. I can tell you that.
Why the hell not?
Well, look, I don't know. You'd have to ask the
listen to it.
I don't know that.
But then yesterday, I saw a replay of some of Travis Tritt's halftime show.
Yeah, it was so good.
Yeah, I smell TROUBLE. Yeah, I love that song.
Me too. Who doesn't love Travis Tritt, man?
And yeah, I know about from Mayetta.
Mayetta lives out in Paulding these days.
Does he?
Yes, sir.
Great guy. And but that would be a halftime show I would be glued to. But Bugs, I mean,
Bad Bunny, not so much.
we had a very simple view of this. For Tug and I just said it's fine. It didn't do anything for me either way. And actually, when I watched the Turning Point USA presentation, I thought I got more out of that because I could actually understand it. It's simple.
That's a benefit.
Make me understand why "Crazy as Me" is not being played on country radio.
I can't tell you the answer to that one. Do they not have a label? It usually comes down to a record label.
By the way, it was Travis Tritt's birthday yesterday, so what's up?
Oh, good. Well, happy birthday, Travis Tritt.
Double T.
Yep, 63.
He's the best. He's the best, man.
He did the "Here's a Quarter"
call someone who cares.
Love that song.
1993.
Yeah, you know where the video for that was filmed?
I don't.
It's on 14th Street. That little Choke and Puke, that diner on breakfast place on 14th Street.
Okay, I'll have Choke and Puke.
It's a great endorsement.
Well, they're so happy you brought them up.
Hey, let me tell you, Naples has Choke and Pukes too.
Okay.
Yeah.
But hey, here's another thing that we learned yesterday: that the Turning Point thing was filmed right south of town in Fayetteville, down at Trilliff.
Oh, was it really?
Yep.
Yeah, did it in town.
Well, good for them.
Yeah, I thought it was cool that they did it here because I mean you got Turning Point's big in Texas and then Nashville obviously is Nashville, so for them to come here says a lot about the.
The Puppy Bowl was filmed in Cape Coral, just about 40 miles north of us.
Well, it always does well too, by the way.
Does it? I was about to ask.
Puppy Bowl does fine.
Okay. I like they've
been doing it for years.
I want a dog so bad.
What kind would you get?
If I could get whatever I wanted, golden.
Okay, yeah.
Because I had 16 of them at one time.
At one time, you had 16 dogs at one time.
Yeah, I got kind of carried away on golden.
There at the St. Regis? Were you living at St. Regis?
No, I was living in a house.
Okay.
On in a place on Empire Forest Drive in Tucker. That's another interesting story.
Okay, well, quickly, because we're up against it a little bit. What you got?
Oh, I was got over to SB, and I was making the big bucks, and we were living at Rivermont up in is that Fulton DeKalb? I don't know. Doesn't matter. And my daughter came home from school. I think it was Midvale Elementary, something like. And all of the kids there. It was, well, my daddy's richer than your daddy. My daddy's richer. My daddy's richer than your daddy. We packed up after 9 months of that, moved to Tucker, where kids don't say, my daddy's richer than your daddy.
Rivermont's Johns Creek, isn't it?
I don't know what it is now.
It's Fulton County. I think it's Johns Creek. I'm
210.
I'm pretty sure.
It was 210, Sawtooth Circle, Rivermont. But, we got to Tucker, none of this, my daddy's richer than your daddy. Crap.
That's better. Yeah. You're better off not being around that for sure.
Absolutely. And that's where we flourished and where I had 16 golden retrievers.
Crazy as me. I'm going to look that up. I will listen to it today, give you a report back next
let me know. Let me know. I think it's a great song.
I think
she's a little chunky. She could lose a few.
Well, okay. It doesn't take away from her singing ability, I'm sure.
So could I.
No, but go listen to some Lee Brice. Do yourself a favor. Go find some Lee Brice.
Okay, I'll do it. By the way, the death toll, the Mamdani death toll, New York 18 stands at 18 right now.
Yeah, it's going to get worse.
I know.
Everything up there is going to get worse.
More coffee. It's how I fight cognitive decline.
Yes,
there we go.
Neal Boortz is the talk master on Extra 1063.
Let's send him some links for some golden puppies.
Oh, yes, that, and some Lee Brice music, too. We'll do it. Neal, thank you.
Be good.
All the best. Neal Boortz, the talk master. When we come back, it's harmless. I'm sure it's harmless, right? Up until they're not harmless. Next on Extra.
Extra 1063 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, February 10th. The Hawks, they lost last night in Minnesota to the Timberwolves, 138-116. Outside of that outcome, though, for the second time this season, Atlanta Hawks forward Jalen Johnson has been named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. Johnson is scheduled to participate in the upcoming NBA All-Star Game. From college hoops, it's an off night for both big local teams. Tomorrow night, Georgia hosts Florida. Georgia Tech, they will host Wake Forest. You can hear that game on our sister station's brand new app, 680 and 680 The Fan. From the NFL, with the conclusion of the Super Bowl, Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak has been officially named the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. With the sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Let's be honest. All cars and all car dealerships are not created equally. So when you're buying a new Toyota, you're not buying a vehicle, you're protecting a major investment. That's why where you buy matters. For over 50 years, Marietta Toyota served our community with the reputation built on straight answers, real accountability, and doing business the right way, proudly here since 1975. They have realized since day one that giving the customer the best deal possible, more car than they thought they were going to get inside their budget, that's how you keep people coming back. Here's the difference you won't hear everywhere. Every new Toyota comes with our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty. That's valid for unlimited time and unlimited mileage as long as you own your Toyota. That's long-term confidence backed by Toyota quality and, of course, supported by Marietta Toyota, a dealership that will be here after the sale with service and genuine Toyota parts on Cobb Parkway South. Visit Marietta Toyota on Cobb Parkway South, about 3 miles north of Truist Park. MariettaToyota.com. Visit Marietta Toyota. We've been here and we'll be here for you.
Nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty included with every new Toyota purchase. See dealer for coverage details, exclusions, and requirements.
Thousands of veterans across Georgia are missing out on the benefits they've earned through their service. The Warrior Alliance is changing that by connecting veterans and their families to life-changing resources and support. Tune into the Warrior Alliance Network, our podcast and radio show dedicated to helping veterans succeed after service. Join us every Saturday at 11 a.m. on 106.3 to hear inspiring veteran stories, discover free programs, and learn about career opportunities available to you. Subscribe to the Warrior Alliance YouTube channel today.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalomia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Are home repairs piling up? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Relax. We've got you covered. From drywall dings and leaky faucets to deck repairs and trim replacement, we're your one-stop shop for everything for your home needs. No more juggling multiple contractors. Just call us at the Trusted Toolbox and we'll handle it. Your home deserves the best, and we don't want you breaking your back trying. Call the Trusted Toolbox today at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. The Trusted Toolbox, your one-stop shop for home repairs and more.
0 is a powerful number. It can mean you have nothing, but it's really powerful when it means you pay
pay nothing. That's where Dobbs Heating and Air comes in. Right now, the Dobbs family is offering a $0 10-year labor warranty on all new HVAC systems. If you think you might need a new system soon, now is the time to install a new unit with Dobbs Heating and Air for that $0 10-year warranty. That means $0 repairs for 10 years. Great deals, even better service. That's Dobbs HVAC. Get started at DobbsHVAC.com. That's DobbsHVAC.com.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
You know, Los, we found a better way for customers to buy a car. An honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee.
How do you prove that?
We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal.
How much can people save when they buy their next vehicle with the honest car guy?
I've saved people upwards of $20,000 and $30,000. I mean, it really depends on the year, the make, the model of the car, and the price of the car. You know, on a $15,000 car, I can't save you $20,000. We can probably save you $2,000 or $3,000. But it's through the course of the whole sale. The big one here that people don't realize, the financing. You go into the dealership, they tell you your rate's 9%, or really it's probably 7% because they're allowed to make 2 points on there. The honest car guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, try the honest car guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
Need a quick sports fix? Catch Holy Crap, It's Sports with Pete Davis every weekday at 5:20 on The Kimmer Show. It's fast, funny, and a break from the political chaos. Only on Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los on Extra 106.3. I just loaded up a bunch of Lee Brice songs and sent them to Neal Boortz. I copied you on it too, Los. That way you can, if you don't know Lee Brice's stuff, he is so stinking good. And Neal was talking about country music, and I wanted him to know because he was like, I just didn't know any of the artists on the Turning Point broadcast. And so I sent some over, and I think you'll enjoy it. I Drive Your Trucks is about a guy's son has died in the Army, and that's how he feels close to his son, so he goes out and drives his truck, and it's just the way it was when his son left him to go off to war. Dude, one of those moving songs, song called Rumor, so good. A Woman Like You is terrific. So Lee Brice, huge star in my book.
Well, I hope that we can lead at some point the Talkmaster back to the dark side of some music where he's trying some new stuff.
I think it's good. Although, dude, this the one that he suggested, Crazy As Me, the Bells and Blake Wood. I mean, it's a 2025 song.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's newer.
Because when you stop listening to new music, you basically shut it down.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Yeah. So, I love that stuff. And I love sharing that stuff with you. So if you have stuff that you would like to share with us, hey, y'all should listen to this new band, or maybe it's something old that we haven't heard of. Los has a great perspective on this with movies because he told me, man, it's great that you've never seen so many because you'll get to go watch them for the first time and experience it for the first time. Music can be the same way.
You get the enjoyment of man, I didn't know anything about that, and now I learned about it. I mean, we watched, because I gave it over to Bryce, he watched King of Kong, Fistful of Quarters, like one of my favorite documentaries, and sends a text like, that was awesome. It's like, that's 20 years ago.
Yeah.
But still, you watch it and you were just as into it.
Dude, because it's so good. I watched it, it's been a few years ago when Los got it over to me, and then the other day, a clue on Jeopardy turns out to be one. I had to film it. I went back and rewound Jeopardy because I watched Jeopardy every night. And rewound it. It's like, Los, you ain't going to believe what they had on Jeopardy. Sure enough, it was about King of Kong.
I think that's the reason why a lot of times it's like an older album. And when you understand the historical context, then you listen to it, it's like, wow, like how good was that?
Unreal. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platform. And to the reference earlier, we were talking about having days that, like Metal Monday and Flannel Friday for, metal and hair metal and whatever, and then flannel for grunge. Stephanie, great listener Stephanie at Know It All Mom on Twitter, sends us a playlist. She's like, here's some songs you can start with for Flannel Friday. Love it. Love her. When we come back on Extra 106.3, they are harmless until the moment that they are not. Next on Extra.
It's time for the Boortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
I am both horrified and amused at the news stories I've read lately about how hard it is for a freshly minted college graduate to get a job. Well, isn't that a shame? I have a young friend here in Naples, which is on the water, by the way, who has now learned the art of underwater welding. This young adult, just about the age of a fresh college graduate, cannot find a day's peace because of the demand for his expertise. A six-figure income almost immediately. But why is it so tough for college graduates? Well, this is just a microcosm. This is just a little taste of what's going on. Let's talk about the University of Virginia and its association with the Mellon Foundation, dedicated to social justice. UVA pledged a couple of years ago to become a racially equity-focused university. They now have professors funded by Mellon who are experts in transfeminisms, I can't say that, and gender queer life writing. I'd like to apply for a job. Fine. I graduated from the University of Georgia. Yes, and what is your expertise? Gender queer life writing. Oh, you're hired. We have one professor at Virginia studying how Filipino nurses resist racial capitalism. University of California, Santa Cruz, a Mellon-funded project is looking at visualizing abolition. Abolition of what? Prisons. No more prisons. How's that for a degree? You want their resume? I maybe can find it for you. That would be a good hire. At Emory University here in Atlanta, you can study eco-womanism, black trans studies, and racial colonial capitalism. You know there's a major business out there just looking for a graduate in black trans studies. Man, I'm going to have a Bloody Mary for breakfast. Neal Boortz, Extra 106.3.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Tucson reads an FBI statement.
The FBI is not aware of any continued communication between the Guthrie family and suspected kidnappers, nor have we identified a suspect or person of interest in this case at this time. We are currently operating a 24-hour command post that includes crisis management experts, analytics support, and investigative teams, but we still need the public's help. Someone has that one piece of information that can help us bring Nancy home.
That's another suspected drug trafficking boat bombed by the U.S. military off the South American coast. It's the 38th strike in the 5-month operation, targeting alleged narco-terrorists. 2 on board the boat were killed. Another survived. The Coast Guard called in to help. A funding fight keeps playing out in Congress. Democrats keep demanding ICE reform, and by Friday night, or some Homeland Security funding runs out. And this morning, there will be a hearing.
The Homeland Security Committee's focus, the Trump administration's surge of ICE and Border Patrol agents in immigration enforcement in Minnesota and states across the country. Those scheduled to testify include ICE Director Todd Lyons, CBP Commissioner Rodney Scott, and other leaders of immigration enforcement on use of force tactics and the fatal shootings of protesters in Minneapolis.
It's Fox's Jeff Manasso. The Trump administration won a legal victory in its deportation agenda. A federal appeals court temporarily lifted the judge's block on ending temporary protected status for migrants here from Honduras, Nepal, and Nicaragua. America's listening to Fox News.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Following the attacks on 9/11/01, FDA
FDNY firefighter Daniel Foley assisted in the rescue and recovery efforts at Ground Zero. Daniel spent months and months searching for victims. Now, Daniel's death was the direct result of 9/11 related cancer. He leaves behind his wife, Carrie, and their children. Tunnel to Towers paid the mortgage on the family's home. Join us. Donate $11 a month to the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
Coffee, keys, and extra 106.3. That's how I get to work and home.
Rocking it out today, man. Last hour had Welcome to the Jungle. The whistle will be here shortly. And we'll have to at least get to that point, because that's how I hooked my son on this song, which is so good. From 1987's Appetite for Destruction. It's not Metal Monday. It's Thrash Metal Tuesday or something. I don't know.
Again, it was just a different sound from everybody else in that LA scene. And all those bands had a little bit different. Boom.
And Slash being one of the greatest guitar players of all time. The top hat.
Still love that Alice Cooper to this day. It's like, he stole my bit, and then he did it better than I did.
That's right.
Because Alice Cooper, you look at that look from the 70s.
Yeah.
Slash is like, no, man.
I got this.
I got this from here.
Let me fix this for you. And it's funny because Alice Cooper had all that, that weird way of behaving and, that thing that he did on stage.
The man likes to play rock music and golf.
Yeah.
But they turned him into like, how do we make him seem evil,
devilish,
mysterious, and devilish?
Right,
call him Alice Cooper.
Let's get the whistle here. Come on. That don't get you fired up. I don't know what will. If that don't fire you up, your wood is wet. I know that for sure. Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Anytime we get to talk about good music, man, it's a good day. And if you would like to contribute to the conversation, 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. The fact, because we talked to Neal Boortz last hour, the fact they wouldn't give him his Hall of Fame banner is the most low-down, despicable thing I've ever heard of a company doing to somebody. I mean, that's despicable, dude. That's low, because it takes zero effort to be like, hey, man, you earned this. Here you go.
I know some people like to have some skins on the wall of like, look what we've accomplished here. It is his, though.
It is his. They didn't accomplish it.
Right? He's the one who did that.
Yeah, Neal Boortz did it, not SB.
As a nationally syndicated talk show host.
Yeah.
He accomplished that.
Yeah.
Well, we can make him one.
Yeah, with AI.
Well, I'm good. What a reduction. Like, we can make him one with AI. I'm like, no, we could actually, we've got some contacts. Maybe we can replicate a banner for him.
Okay, well, I was thinking with AI could, design something all cool. That's what I was thinking. But yes, okay, we can do it that way too.
I'm just trying to find something that would...
What does that even look like?
Again, more endearing. Yes. See if we can find what a National Radio Hall of Fame banner looks like.
National Radio Hall of Fame.
We're going to have to get to the bottom of this. Listen, if Bryce can find my no-hitter box score from 2003, I'm sure that we can find what this banner looks like.
Yeah, for sure.
And
April 6, 2003. Never forget.
But he knows. He knows.
It's not 9/11, sir.
Yeah.
Never forget.
Down. Well, it's important to us. We don't want to forget. We're going to celebrate it.
We're going to find this banner, and we're going to replicate it, and we're going to give it to Neal.
Let me see. I don't see...
and then we're going to treat it like you would do in like middle school when you had to do like a project, and so it had to make it look like old paper, so you would like crinkle it up and burn the edges and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like it'd been through a fire.
Yeah. Now that's a fire.
And it's like, look, Neal, we almost lost your banner in a fire.
But we saved it.
Because
we love you so much. Like, I don't know if that's what he's talking about where it has pictures on there. I don't know. So we're gonna have to get to the bottom of it.
I'm on this.
Yeah, see if we can figure out what that's like. Although, how about a couple of years ago? It's just a picture I did. Big D and Bubba, good country duo. Known those guys for years and years. Now in the Radio Hall of Fame, the National Radio Hall of Fame.
Now, if we get something wrong on it, he's going to call us on it.
That's all right. That'll actually make it funnier. Can you imagine having to explain how you got?
That's not the organization.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. So we're going to try to hook up Boortz as best we can because those folks down the street and down the dial have been ugly to him, and that's not acceptable in our book. So let's start with the first thing to know this morning.
They want you awake, informed, and ready to fight for the facts of the day in the land of the free. Now your sleepyhead nation needs your wake-up call. A mighty dose of reality coming in strong. Soon as the sun cracks the horizon so high, man, we got the story, no time for a lie. Put a boot in your ass, courtesy of the Morning Xtra here.
Tug and Los telling you the thing that'll be talked about at the water cooler more than anything else today. A former police chief who investigated Jeffrey Epstein in the mid-2000s, 2006 to be exact, told the FBI he had received a call from Donald Trump at the time to say, thank God you're stopping what's happening. Everybody's known about him doing this, and he was referring to Jeffrey Epstein. He said, you must also look into his accomplice, who is, quote, evil, in Ghislaine Maxwell, if I can get that out. But this does nothing more than solidify Donald Trump has done nothing wrong. And the Democrat talking point, the one that you'll see on MSNBC and CNN and all those other wacky places that couldn't care less about telling you
more redacted Epstein files,
because that's what they've had on all morning. Because we keep on MS Now in the studio, formerly MSNBC, and that's all they've said. They've not told you the truth, even though the truth is out there. And this is from the quote I gave you is from a post from ABC News, not exactly a conservative news outlet. They actually have told the truth. They finally said, yeah, he didn't do anything.
This is a 2019 court document that now lays out the timeline. 2005, Donald Trump recognizes that there is something going on with Jeffrey Epstein, and it ain't right. That's why he ran him out of Mar-a-Lago. By 2006, he's the one contacting authorities to tell them, this guy's dirty. Here's his accomplice. A lot of us know that he's up to no good. And so it ends up explaining, by the time we hear from the lawyer from the victims who said that Donald Trump was the person that volunteered as much time as possible to answer any of their questions, and the FBI loosely, again, the attorney for the victim saying he was the first real FBI informant on this guy, of I'll provide you any sort of information, this dude's dirty.
And I've seen it up close. We know he kicked Epstein, as you mentioned, kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. Bans him from all the Trump properties. That was back in 2005. So in this document, Los, the only thing that really is redacted that MS Now is not telling you is whoever is giving this testimony, it appears that their name is redacted. That's pretty much the only thing.
That's the redaction, because as it stands, so the line in here says, knew Epstein was disgusting. Trump said Maxwell was Epstein's operative, quote, she's evil, and to focus on her. Trump told blank, so this is the person that's
whomever it is,
that he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and that Trump, quote, got the hell out of there. Trump was one of the very first people to call when people found out that they were investigating Epstein. And it goes on to point out what they were looking into Epstein and how they didn't know where his money was coming from, but people knew he was dirty. And again, this goes back to the original prosecution in Florida. The reason why people took it easy on him, kind of slammed on the brakes, because he was told that he was an asset. He was an intelligence asset.
And that's becoming more and more clear that was the case, and not just from the inside the intel community of the United States, but every other country too. They knew that this man, in my opinion, they knew this man could get dirt on anybody because he would hang out in front of them, dangle out in front of them this forbidden fruit, if you will. And these people were so wealthy and so well connected and so powerful, they've never been told no a day in their life. And Epstein's like, you can have the one thing that you're not supposed to have. And then he had the dirt on them to make them do and say anything he wanted or needed them to in his role.
This still, because the left has a hard time letting this go, and they're not going to let this go. All this is going to turn into is, yeah, but what about? Like, have you ever argued with somebody who's a conspiracy theorist?
Not, to be honest, no, not really. You and I goof about it more than anybody else that I know.
So here's how it works. they can bring up let's say it's centered around, like, one of the best ones to do is right around the Kennedy assassination. And you can have someone who believes it to their bones that it was an operation and that Lee Harvey Oswald did not act alone. Now, I'm just telling you that I'm open to that, and I like the discussion. But when you talk to somebody who knows it inside and out, it doesn't matter what information you bring up. It's always, yeah, but what about?
Yeah.
And so every single time you answer one of their yeah, what abouts, they immediately go to, yeah, but what about?
The next.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, but what about? That's all this represents. This is mythology to the left. And so when you read the responses on X of, here's the court documents, here's what they got, it turns into, yeah, well, Trump was still friends with Epstein. But yes, he was ratting him out to authorities, yet they were still friends.
They're real good friends.
Great friends.
How many people have you ratted out to police that you stayed friends with?
None.
I would contend the answer is none.
Can't imagine that I've actually ratted out friends to police because I don't have those circles. But Trump, in this case, recognized something was going on.
But if you knew something, let's say you knew your neighbor was doing something, you had no doubt, you had seen it, you had the evidence, you knew that your neighbor was doing something like similar to Epstein, just for the example.
Then, yeah, we're informing authorities.
And you call the police, you're like, here's what I know, here's how I know it, here's the evidence I have, I have to tell you this. I can't let this go on.
I'm not saying that if you're my neighbor and you're growing pot for personal use and calling
totally
anybody,
different. That's
but
totally
if
different.
you happen to be running a child sex ring, yes.
Then yes. And would you then stay friends with the person that you just turned in? Of course not. It goes against common sense.
Yeah, but that's the mythology. Mythology removes common sense.
Oh, of course, yeah.
This
Agreed.
is their mythology.
Yeah.
And as I talked about earlier in the show, it's Lucy with the football. The mythology is that Trump's a Russian asset. Okay, that's pretty clearly not how that played out. Well, Trump committed this impeachable offense. He made a phone call to Ukraine to say that, hey, the Bidens are dirty. Like, y'all better clean some stuff up. That turned out to be 100% true. Oh, Trump inspired the January 6th insurrection. He told the people to stand down, told them, like, be peaceful.
Yes.
So the mythology is what has the legs here. And it doesn't matter how much truthful information is put in front of these people. It's, yeah, but what about? Yeah, but what about?
And it will always be that because they want it to be so badly. They have nothing else. All of the 34 quote-unquote felonies have fallen apart. Everything they've thrown at him has failed. And now this is the ultimate nail in the coffin. They can't get Donald Trump because now in testimony, Donald Trump is the one that called the police. Donald Trump is the one that tipped him off. Donald Trump is the one that said, this is filthy, it's vile, it can't happen. I'm going to keep this man away from my properties. I don't want anything to do with him. And I want you to investigate this. I'm turning this over to the police. It's so vile and gross. This is the last stand. No, you're right. Most Democrats won't let it go. Most people that are just looking, dying for something to be true about Donald Trump, they won't let it go. But anybody that is has the slightest bit of sense in their head is going to go, okay, enough.
So every now and then we talk about Occam's razor, that the most obvious answer is the correct one. And I'll give it to you in this sort of theory. Tug, let's say you're part of the Golden Triangle. You have Tug heroin. That's like your business. You just grow Tug heroin. You're growing opium.
Yeah, right in my backyard.
All right. So I'm the person who buys it, processes, and distributes it.
Yep.
Would I ever call the authorities to tell them that you're growing opium?
Well, no. Of course not.
Why is that?
Because then you're connected to it.
So do you think that Donald Trump at any point called the authorities to explain to them what Epstein was doing because he was knee-deep in teenage girls?
Oh.
That's Occam's razor. That's what they refuse to look at. Yes, he called the authorities and he informed with the FBI and informed to the attorneys representing those women who had been harmed because he was knee-deep in it.
Yeah. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. It's silly. It's
Occam's razor is the most obvious answer, so typically the correct one.
We know there's still so many people out there that will not let this go. They want it to be so bad. And you had highlighted, Los, a tweet from Stephen King. And, of course, MS now running with this. Ghislaine Maxwell refusing to answer House Committee questions. She's pleading the fifth. And why would she do that? Because she don't want to be given dead. Somebody handing it over to her.
She don't want to be handed death.
That's right. And obviously, that can happen even when you're in jail, because we've seen it happen with her accomplice.
She's the only this should be, for what she did, according to other authorities that I've spoken to on this and read about this, her role as an accomplice is probably about a 5-year term. She got 20 because Epstein's dead.
Yeah.
We got to pass this to somebody.
Somebody's got to pay for it.
So, yeah, you're going to do the 20, where you should probably be doing 5 in federal prison. Now, how is she thinking the best way to get out the other end of that? Again, Occam's razor. Don't talk about
say a word,
the people.
Because they will kill you. They will kill you. It's the truth. I mean, we know it's the truth.
I mean, we don't have Epstein here anymore.
That's right. And you know who's not going to?
And he strangled himself with paper sheets.
Yeah. You know who else is not going down for this? Bill Clinton, Bill Gates.
None of them.
None of them are going. They're not going to get punished.
So why do you plead the fifth and you're not giving up names? Because you know what the score is. This is not difficult to understand.
It is if you want something to be true that's not, though.
If you're Stephen King, you believe in this mythology of, well, Donald Trump was up to his eyeballs in this. Yet it doesn't matter how many court documents that come out. Doesn't matter how much information. What about? He creates his own reality. And it's just not real.
But it doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter, because MS Now is going to run with some Epstein files still redacted despite the DOJ's pledge. That's them. That's what they're going to talk about for the rest of today. They won't bring up the fact that the one person that actually turned Epstein in is the guy that they wanted to be involved with Epstein but wasn't. So they're going to run with that just to give the illusion, just so you'll come to your own conclusion, and then they can lead you around.
I think you'd ask a very simple question to somebody. If you sat down, you said, take the emotion out of it, take the excitement out of it, because that is that you want to know names. I want to know names. Why isn't she giving you names? What, do you think you're waiting on a pardon? It's like, no, she's dead either way.
Yeah.
She gives names.
Yeah, there's not a chance. Not a chance.
This was not about, catching your, local school teacher messing around with some girl. These are the most powerful people, in some cases on earth, that were messing around with pedophilia.
And Trump called Ghislaine Maxwell evil. There's a reason you choose that word, because there's nothing past that. Now you're telling me, Stephen King, that in testimony he's going to say she's evil, but here in a little bit, in a little while, maybe toward the end of his term, he's going to hand her a pardon. That's what you believe? That you really think that? Stephen King, buddy.
Well, you know what? She's going to name names, and then she'll get a pardon. She's never going to name names.
Ever. Because it wouldn't matter if she got the pardon. She's going to be dead.
Yes.
It wouldn't matter. He can't think clearly because he's got TDS.
Oh, no, there's plenty of people. There's people on our side that are wondering, well, when is that going to happen?
It's not.
It's not.
It's not going to happen.
She does not want to be given dead.
That's right. They'll hand it right over to you. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT-CentralHeat.com. Right now doing the 29th annual Winter White Sale. Biggest sale of the year to start the year. This is not a fight over taxes. It's a fight over the country as you know it. Next on Xtra.
Support the advertisers and partners that share your values. Give our Xtra advertisers the first shot to earn your business. They will deliver for you every time and support the Xtra community like no one else. Connect with all of our partners online at extra1063.com.
Did your security provider sell you off to another company, or are you just unhappy with your current service? This is Matt Harvey with Alert 360 Security. We protect the homes and businesses of over 12,000 of your friends and neighbors right here in Metro Atlanta, with monitoring starting at just $15.95 a month. Want video surveillance, access control, or smart home solutions? We do that too. Go to alert360.com, sign up in February, and receive a free video doorbell. Protect what matters most with Alert 360 Security. That's alert360.com.
The future of business in Georgia is bright, and Georgia Power is a driving force behind the businesses and organizations that are vital to the growth of the state. Just ask Mark O'Brien, President and CEO of Lake Point Sports, the premier travel and youth sports destination.
One of the things that Georgia Power really prides themselves on is being involved in the community, being service-oriented. And one thing that we've really collaborated with them on is their real-time pricing. And we work with them on whether it's really hot or really cold, particularly for the Champion Center, how we manage cost efficiency during those times. And so they've had programs in place that allow us to manage it to the best of our ability to reduce the cost when it's at its peak of most expensive energy.
To learn more about how Georgia Power is helping businesses big and small, visit georgiapower.com and tune in all year to discover how they're powering the future of Georgia.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Did you know that there are over 34,000 lawyers in the state of Georgia? Yet despite that huge number, Bruce Hagen was recently named by his peers as one of the top 100 lawyers in the state. Do you know who is not among the top 100 lawyers in the state? Some clown standing on top of an 18-wheeler. Those kind of lawyers may make flashy ads, but they're just marketers, not real lawyers. If you've been injured in a car wreck, you need Bruce Hagen, a real lawyer who tries cases and wins. Call Bruce Hagen. He's the real deal for your injury case. Hagen-law.com.
February is Heart Health Month, and heart problems don't care what month it is, and everybody knows somebody with a heart issue, a parent, maybe you, maybe me, and you have health insurance, so you're covered, right? And, well, maybe until you see the out-of-pocket costs, insurance doesn't pay. If a heart attack or stroke hits, you're suddenly staring at deductibles and missed paychecks, mortgages due, bills don't take sick days. You don't need a second heart attack from opening the mail. Well, nobody wants to start a GoFundMe either to get back on your feet. That's why our listeners now have added a separate heart and stroke plan. It can pay a lump sum cash benefit on the first covered event up to $75,000 paid directly to you. Benefits vary by plan and eligibility. It's usually affordable. You can call Steva to get the details. It takes about 2 minutes to check your options. The Health Insurance Doctor, solving problems you don't see coming before they happen. HealthInsuranceDoctor.net. Here's the number, 678-523-0759. Ask about the heart and stroke coverage. HealthInsuranceDoctor.net.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Tuesday, February 10th, and here are your headlines. Some much-needed rain is coming this week as scattered showers are expected Tuesday into Wednesday morning, with light rain lingering Wednesday and a heavier round late Saturday into Sunday that can bring 1 to 2 inches across parts of North Georgia. Forecasters say the rain will be spread out, reducing flood concerns while helping drought conditions. A federal judge has ordered the Justice Department to unseal documents tied to the Fulton County Election Office ballot seizure investigation, a case involving efforts to access voting equipment after the 2020 election. The ruling could shed new light on who authorized the operation and what federal officials knew at the time. And finally, State School Superintendent Richard Woods will present Literacy and Math Leader Awards Tuesday at Harrison High School, honoring more than 40 Cobb County high schools for strong performance on Georgia Milestones exams. The awards recognize schools showing both high achievement and significant academic growth. Today's weather is partly cloudy with a high of 75 and a low of 59. With your Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. When we talk about the country and saving the country, there's all kinds of things that go into it. And I don't believe that most people realize that the country and the republic is in danger. I really don't. I think most people are like, this is just everyday, aches and pains of a republic and people having differences of opinion.
Arguing over halftime shows.
Exactly right. And dude, my social media feed was full of people talking about good, bad, indifferent about the halftime show. That was the only discussion. That was the discussion. I mean, we're in a place in American history that I don't know that we've ever been before, Los, and it scares me to think about. I hate to use the word scared, but it does, man. It scares me to think about what the future could look like if we continue on a path where Democrats do the things that they want to do to this country.
I would say 1770. I'd say 1860. And I'd probably say 1963. Or like those flashpoints where it's, what direction are we going?
No, you're right. And if you look at those, I bet if people looked up those dates or know them, and I'm sure that most people do, those seem like such extraordinary moments. And what we're living through is just as extraordinary, but it's not as clear because you don't have the value of hindsight.
I mean, think about 1770. You have a large faction of the country that are loyalists to the crown versus the people that believe we should be independent. And they're willing to murder each other over it. Like, it was violent.
Yeah, it was.
Obviously, the 1860s sparked a civil war in this country. And then by the time we get to 1963, we're right ripping into the civil rights movement, where portions of the country are tearing themselves apart based on we should go this direction or this direction. So I read this post, and I thought it was really well done. This is from Restricted Daily, post about 3 days ago. It says, we keep pretending this is just another rough chapter in American politics, but deep down, everyone knows that's a lie. This isn't disagreement anymore. This is disillusion. This is two completely different nations trapped inside the same borders, pretending we share values when we don't. The Declaration of Independence was written when people finally admitted that they could no longer coexist under a system that no longer represented them. The same feelings are back, whether people want to admit it or not. And it finishes off. We don't argue over tax rates or road funding anymore. We argue over reality itself, over biology, over speech, over history, over whether borders matter, over whether personal responsibility even exists. It goes on. But that's the fighting point here. I'm sitting here telling you that there's two sexes. You tell me there's 200. I'm telling you about the reality of a situation like we just did last segment about these court documents, Donald Trump and Epstein. Yet you believe in a mythology. I believe in borders and sovereignty. You don't. So, again, 1770, 1860, 1963. We're going one way or another. Just a matter of which side are you on, which one do you believe in?
And the crazy thing is, I'm looking to the Democrats, at least the ones that I don't agree with most time, but we at least agree on freedom of speech. We agree on the Bill of Rights. We agree on the Constitution. Guys like Bill Maher, who are not conservative by any means. As a matter of fact, had a discussion with Adam Carolla. And they discussed how right now I'm being labeled. Carolla said, I'm not religious. I don't have a gun. I don't believe in any of that. He's like, I'm for abortion. I'm for all this stuff. And
you know what? Let's do it. We got it here.
Yeah,
because this is what it sounds like when Bill Maher is trying to explain how he is actually, as he brings up in another piece of audio, he's like, listen, we both voted for the same person, but you're the reason we lost. It's like he's trying to tell you, I'm trying to lead us back to more centrist level of liberalism. You are not.
People say to me all the time, oh, you're, Republican and right-leaning. I go, listen, I don't own a gun. I'm not religious at all. I'm for abortion and pot smoking and everything. How right can I be?
You've put your finger on the thing that makes me so incensed about the woke and the far left, which is this, that they want to characterize people, you, me, Barry Weiss, who's a lesbian and Jewish, and things that used to be our, we need no further credentials to let you know that we are certainly not conservatives, we're not right-wingers, we're not whatever you think, and yet it's never enough for them. It's never enough that we're just not willing to go along with your insanity. That doesn't make us conservatives.
Right. No, I agree. Barry's great, and there's many people that way.
The difference in liberalism versus communism. Liberalism, traditional, is what he is talking about, and what you have advocated. Bill of Rights, freedom of speech. Communism demands complete compliance. That's what he's sitting there saying, like, wait a minute, so I don't jump through all your hoops and you're painting me this way?
And I'm a MAGA Republican. That's the way you present. And I believe because of that, Los, that's the reason I brought it up a bunch of times. It's pushing them closer to us, at least in appearance, if nothing else, in appearance, closer to us. So when you're talking about this, like, what do we do at this pivotal point in the United States? That's what I want to know. Bill Maher, where do you lie? Are you going to continue? Are you going to continue to support that crazy far left? Are you going to continue to vote for those people, knowing that you don't have anything in common with them? Or are you going to join with people who are conservative, like us, and actually save the country?
This is where I think Bill Maher is. And I started off by reading this post from Restricted Daily. And I want to finish it, but to point out, this is where Bill Maher is. Because as Adam Carolla is telling you, I smoke weed, I'm not overly religious, and yet I'm good on my side. Bill Maher's like, I'm not good on mine. Here's how this finishes up. It said, one side believes this country should be preserved, protected, and handed down stronger to the next generation. The other believes it should be dismantled, reprogrammed, and endlessly apologized for. You cannot reconcile those worldviews. You can only delay the inevitable by pretending compromise still exists. Bill Maher is still somewhere thinking maybe there's a compromise point. And maybe if I just convince these people. His compromise point is actually coming from the right, who's like, Bill, I agree with you. We can actually have this discussion. That far end, that your side is, they're not.
They have no interest.
And will he ever end up ditching at least, I mean, he talks about it, makes fun of him all the time, but he still votes with him.
And that's the problem I have, right? And that's why I ask him, where are you on this? Because you know as well as I do, in the back of his head, he's a smart man. In the back of his head, he knows they're not compromising.
He knows.
Can he then start pulling a lever for somebody that's going to take the country maybe in a center-right direction to save the country? Can he take the power away from those that want it the most?
The joke is that center-left even exists.
Yeah, right.
Not Now, we know, you and I both know, a lot of people that are center-left, yet they're not represented at all.
They have no place.
By people that are center-left. They don't have a place in the party.
No,
the closest thing to that is John Fetterman, and they want to end him.
Yes, they do.
The more he talks, they're like, make him stop.
Because he came out in full support of the SAVE Act.
Yes.
They were ready to excoriate him. They're
like,
ready
you
to
broke party lines.
End his political career. And he's another. Because I would ask him the same question I asked Bill Maher. When are you going to start pulling the lever in an actual election for somebody that does have compromise, somebody that does say, though we don't agree, you need to be able to have your point of view? Because that's not what they have on the Democrat Party. It's not what they have on the left. So I'm waiting because I believe Carolla's there.
Oh, Carolla shows up on Fox News and different political shows in which they're more center right. And he, as he jokes around about it, he's like, not overly religious.
Yep.
So he doesn't go to church.
Yep.
It's like, smoke weed. He's like, yet, because he's part of, and I've talked about this before, Team Common Sense. I don't think anything that I bring up on this radio station, this radio program, is in any way some sort of fanatical worldview.
No, it's common sense. That's what we talk about all the time.
World of common sense.
Yeah.
Like, here's how this. Do you want to argue that there's two sexes? Do you want to argue that, hey, you've realized that your daughter might be gay? Your first thought is to cut off her breasts?
That seems extreme.
Mine aren't.
Yeah, that
mine
seems
is
really.
How about
extreme.
we just support you in who you are? How does my view sound like the fanatical one versus yours? And to think what we've now seen over the last several days, in fact, what we had as part of the show yesterday. Well, if you don't comply with what I like, something wrong with you.
Oh, when Liberal John called in.
It's like, I don't have an opinion of the Super Bowl other than it's dumb to have a program for America that's not in English.
And now that's been proven overwhelmingly.
The numbers are now looking like 39% of the total audience left the program.
39%. Can you imagine if a McDonald's on the corner over here at Windy Hill lost 39% of their business? what would happen? They would be like,
what did we do wrong?
We've got to fix this. We can't function this way. We can't operate this way.
So you can say, well, that's not a majority, but that's a lot of people.
It's approaching half.
That's hurting when you're selling. That's what it is. So again, you're demanding compliance. That's what Bill Maher is talking about. He's like, I can't have a discussion with these people because even though he's like, I've been a liberal on television my whole life. Here's Bari Weiss, and she's lesbian, and she's Jewish. Yet that ain't good enough for these people anymore.
And they call them MAGA Republicans.
Yeah, but they're MAGA.
And they despise Bari Weiss because she's changing CBS just to have credibility. She's not saying we're going to give President Trump an easy pass when it comes to interviews. But what she is saying is we're going to give the Democrats that come on the same line of questioning. We're going to even the playing field. And they hate her for it because they don't want an even playing field. Again, I would ask Bari Weiss the same way. How are you voting? Where is your vote going to go? Because you know if you vote for a Democrat, what's going to happen? The borders are coming back open. All the things that you say you're against, all of a sudden will be back in play.
It'd be like voting for a figment of your imagination.
Yeah, a pretend candidate.
The belief that if I vote this direction, and by the way, it exists on our side too.
Oh, sure it
when
does.
you vote for a establishment Republican and you're surprised when he burns you or she burns you.
Like a Lindsey Graham.
It's like, I can't believe that this person was voting for what's going to be best self-serving for the uniparty. That's why you don't do it. The same thing is going on the left, except they're voting in hopes that somebody will be more centrist. You know, that's what Joe Biden was sold to you as. I'm a centrist. Been in this a long time. That was so outlandishly far left for 4 years. And yet, Joe wasn't really in charge. You let the kids be in charge, and then they did what they were going to do. You're telling me that you're gonna vote in hopes that we go back to that level of crazy leftist views in management?
Yeah. This is not just an American issue. You're seeing it happening all over the world, too.
Yeah, good for Japan.
Yeah, Japan, maybe they've gotten it right. But did you see what happened in Spain where Pedro Sanchez, I believe that's his name, was just put into the presidency, and it was the establishment conservatives, the establishment right wing that joined with the Marxists to do that. And all to prevent the Populist Party from taking over. They partnered with Marxists to make sure that the Populists didn't gain any footing in Spain. That's exactly what's happening in Western Europe and what they would like to see happen here. And those establishment Republicans be happy to do it.
See, when you come over to our end, Tug and I's end, by the way, it's like a hot tub. It's really comfortable. Water's nice. You can hop on in. You can share your views. I'm talking about, when I say aggressive nationalism, talking about people that are actually getting to have a populist movement of this is what I want to see out of my government. Because the establishment left you a long time ago on each side.
Yeah.
And so I always talk about outsiders. How many outsiders? The best part about this administration, it's not Donald Trump. Best part about this administration is it's an entire group of outsiders. Like you had to show your badge at the door, outsider. Hey, the fact that the next president of the United States should be J.D. Vance, and he'll be able to be like, yeah, listen, I grew up as a poor hillbilly. Oh, where'd you go to school? Well, after I was in the Marines. It's like all these this does not scream blue blood America. In fact, one of the...
It's the exact opposite.
You'll get a kick out of this. So we're watching the opening ceremonies. Then, again, I say my wife stays out of this stuff. I was like, oh, look, there's J.D. Vance and his wife. My wife goes, that's his wife?
Yeah, the Indian lady? Yes.
I was like, yeah. And there was this moment, I go, she's pregnant, by the way.
Having the third child.
And there was kind of like this, I think she looks Indian.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting back going like,
Yeah.
Now
he'll be called racist all day long. They try to tear him down.
And when his running mate is Marco Rubio,
dude,
please explain to me which one you're going after on that one.
The facade falls.
Yes.
It can't stand because truth matters, dude.
But the other side has to keep their voters in a level of either willful or intentional ignorance. My wife didn't know that his wife is Indian. Now, is she supposed to know that? I don't know. But if you call him racist, you're gonna have a hard time with that one.
No, it's right. It makes me wonder. Now I want to do like a little crib sheet with my friend group. Like, do y'all know who J.D. Vance is married to? Do you know her name? Do you know her name? And if they do you know where she's from? And just to see how many people that I would consider conservative know that too. I bet more than not will know.
You're not supposed to be able to, in my opinion, you're not supposed to be able to zero in and know exactly who the wife is of the vice president. Because the vice president's largely supposed to stay in the background and support the administration. But he's also the front runner for president for 2028.
And if there's no other reason but that one to know.
Maybe to know.
You should know. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3 Tug and Los until 10. Megyn Kelly providing a free lesson in culture. Pay close attention because you'll learn something from Miss Megyn. Next on the Morning Extra.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, February 10th. The Hawks, they lost last night in Minnesota to the Timberwolves, 138-116. Outside of that outcome, though, for the second time this season, Atlanta Hawks forward Jalen Johnson has been named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. Johnson is scheduled to participate in the upcoming NBA All-Star Game. From college hoops, it's an off night for both big local teams. Tomorrow night, Georgia hosts Florida. Georgia Tech, they will host Wake Forest. You can hear that game on our sister station's brand new app, 680 and 680 The Fan. From the NFL, with the conclusion of the Super Bowl, Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak has been officially named the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. With the sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina. Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
You know, Los, we found a better way for customers to buy a car. An honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee.
How do you prove that?
We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal.
How much can people save when they buy their next vehicle with the honest car guy?
I've saved people upwards of $20,000 and $30,000. I mean, it really depends on the year, the make, the model of the car, and the price of the car. You know, in a $15,000 car, I can't save you $20,000. We can probably save you $2,000 or $3,000. But it's through the course of the whole sale. The big one here that people don't realize, the financing. You go into the dealership, they tell you your rate's 9%, or really it's probably 7% because they're allowed to make 2 points on there. The honest car guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, try the honest car guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check him out online at atlturfco.com.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Got a to-do list a mile long? No problem. We've got the ultimate solution, our Handyman for a Day program. Here's how it works. You get a skilled handyman dedicated to knocking out your honey-do list. Paint touch-ups, drywall repairs, door adjustments, and much more, all done in one day. Call us now before the rush for your Handyman for a Day and call us at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day, the Trusted Toolbox.
File your taxes for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th. Valid for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
If you've been listening to me on Extra, you know that I don't put my name on just anything. It's a Kimber, of course, talking about my longtime friends at Peach State Windows, the family-owned Georgia company I've been trusting for something like 25 years now. Jeff owns a joint. He and his wife been doing this for years and years. This crew's been serving Georgia homeowners for decades, for like 5 of them. He knows Georgia's weather and building codes and what really works in our homes. How about right now? 8 premium Energy Star double hung replacement windows fully installed, $39.95. That's right, 8 windows for under $4,000 installed. You don't get deals like this from those big national companies or the personal service and craftsmanship that Jeff demands and provides. How about this? How about 0% financing for 12 months? Makes upgrading a little bit easier, doesn't it? PeachStateWindows.com. That's PeachStateWindows.com. Here's the number, 770-485-8011. Trusted, proven, priced right. Make the uglies go away. PeachStateWindows.com.
Georgia politicians, if you want to win your election, the path to victory runs through Extra 106.3. Extra listeners are some of the most engaged, active in their communities, and outspoken on their beliefs, especially when it comes time to vote. Tell the candidate you're voting for that if they want to win, the path to victory runs through Extra 106.3 FM. Just email sales@extra1063.com to get involved. That's sales@xtra1063.com.
A friend of ours has been tasked with going out and doing some investigating and reporting on the Savannah Guthrie's mother's abduction case. And that is Phil Holloway. He said if he gets any chance while he's out there, he'll call in and kind of tell us, what he's found. He works on the Megyn Kelly network. So, I feel like we're kindred spirits along with Megyn Kelly. And then when she speaks, I go, oh, yeah, we're definitely kindred spirits.
Yeah, every now and then, I think it was 3 days ago, she was at a Turning Point event, and she went after it with a pretty fun leftist kid who looked like he hadn't slept in 4 days and just couldn't wait to argue. I was like, this is not the right person. This is not the right person.
Wear you out.
Like, if you're going to have an argument with Megyn Kelly, I might make sure that I don't know if you're going to catch her in a technicality. And
she's a lawyer, so definitely not.
Piers Morgan attempted to yesterday. Now, when I heard this audio initially, I'm in the car, got my little email where I just kind of click on okay, let me hear what that sounds like. And when I heard Piers Morgan ask the question, I immediately answered it before she did. But then I heard her as she starts fixing the answer to make sure to clarify what she's saying. And Piers Morgan lets out the biggest little lady, like he won something.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now, so I want you to listen for that, okay? Listen for the
the wacky doll sound.
And then understand that once you did that, it was like telling a Doberman that there's a steak on the ground. And Megyn Kelly decided, not only am I going to tear you a new one, I'm going to tear you 4 new ones. Take a listen.
I'm sorry, Piers, but to get up there and perform the whole show in Spanish is a middle finger to the rest of America. Who gives a damn that we have 40 million Spanish speakers in the United States? We have 310 million who don't speak a lick of Spanish. This is supposed to be a unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos, not for one small group, but for the country. We don't need a black national anthem. We don't need a Spanish-speaking, non-English performer, and we don't need an ICE or America hater featured as our primetime entertainment.
Okay, what is the national language, officially the national language of the United States of America?
I mean, English. And there's been a push for many years to make it an official
you don't have one.
Documented thing.
You don't have one.
If you would have let me finish my comment, I would have pointed that out that people have been pushing to make it official.
Okay, right, so you're trying to make official.
This attitude that you have right here is why you in Great Britain have lost your culture. You ceded your culture to a bunch of radical Muslims who came in and took over, and now it's gone. We're not allowing that here. Whether it's Hispanic, whether it's Muslim, it's not happening in the United States of America. That's why President Trump was elected. And whether it's Bad Bunny, who is American but refuses to speak English in his performances, or anybody else, we have to keep the Super Bowl, which is a quintessential American event. Football, that kind of football, is ours. They call it American football. And the halftime show and everything around it needs to stay quintessentially American. Not Spanish, not Muslim, not anything other than good old-fashioned American apple pie. There should be a meatloaf, maybe some fried chicken.
Yes, ma'am.
And an English-speaking performer. That's what the Super Bowl should be.
He was like, I got her on this one.
Oh,
and
what a fool.
And she proceeded to tell him, it's this attitude is why you've lost your culture in your country. And you've seeded it.
And she's right. And he knows it. He can't argue it. Because he goes on his show all the time talking about how they've done that.
Yeah.
He basically set himself up for failure just by bringing up that point.
It was just funny to listen to when you think, hey, I'm making a great point about this. And as he's asking the question, I'm like, no, we don't have an official language. Just like we don't have an official religion. Mm-hmm. That's not part of. Now, have we talked about, and you've had executive order saying that it should be because of the way the world is altering in this country? Should we have a discussion that English is an official language? Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, that's. The Germans speak German.
Yeah, right.
Japanese
speak
Japanese. It's like that's kind of how that goes. And I get it. We're supposed to be, everybody is welcome here. Sure. But if we're going to be able to have a conversation, for instance, if you want a legitimate driver's license, like in the state of Florida, you have to read English.
As you should.
Okay. If you want a commercial driver's license outside of California and Illinois, you've got to be able to read English. Because English should be an official language with this.
Because all the signs are
in
English. And that's not going to change ever. It's not like they're going to put a myriad of signs that have different languages for the stop sign.
I'm sorry, you walk into a McDonald's, all right, and you want a Coke. It's in English. You better be able to read it.
Yeah, that's right. Dude.
Told you.
I got you.
That launched her into a different stratosphere.
Absolutely, that pissed her right off.
It's like, oh, really?
Yeah. Let me show you what's up.
Let me tell you, you limp deeg. That's the direction she went.
That's right.
She emasculated his entire culture and country.
And she's exactly right, and he knows it. He couldn't say a word about it. He couldn't because they don't have culture anymore. Europe has fallen.
You know what Britain leads right now the Western world in?
The name Muhammad?
Well, perhaps. I can't tell you on that one.
I think I read that recently.
I do know they lead in arrests for what you've posted online.
Right, absolutely. Well, but Virginia's trying to get there too. You know what I mean? They're taking the cues from them, which is why it's so important to fight like Megyn Kelly's fighting.
Just telling you, if you cede ground, and I think this is the interesting part about this country, you're willing to cede a lot of ground to a lot of different stuff. In this Trump era, there are certain things that are non-negotiable. One of them is the Super Bowl.
Yep.
It's like, no, you don't get to have that one.
It was a shot in the dark, but I just looked it up. Last time they did the survey was 2024. Number one name for boys in England, Muhammad. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. It's why it's so important that you're fighting the way you are, and you're listening the way you are, and you're participating the way you are. Don't give up the ship. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, the man that called the police on Jeffrey Epstein. The left will still tell you he's guilty. You know he's not. Next.
It's time for the Boortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
I am both horrified and amused at the news stories I've read lately about how hard it is for a freshly minted college graduate to get a job. Well, isn't that a shame? I have a young friend here in Naples, which is on the water, by the way, who has now learned the art of underwater welding. This young adult, just about the age of a fresh college graduate, cannot find a day's peace because of the demand for his expertise. a six-figure income almost immediately. But why is it so tough for college graduates? Well, this is just a microcosm. This is just a little taste of what's going on. Let's talk about the University of Virginia and its association with the Mellon Foundation, dedicated to social justice. UVA pledged a couple of years ago to become a racially equity-focused university. They now have professors funded by Mellon who are experts in transfeminisms, I can't say that, and gender queer life writing. I'd like to apply for a job. Fine. I graduated from the University of Georgia. Yes, and what is your expertise? Gender queer life writing. Oh, you're hired. We have one professor at Virginia studying how Filipino nurses resist racial capitalism. University of California, Santa Cruz, a Mellon-funded project is looking at visualizing abolition. Abolition of what? Prisons. No more prisons. How's that for a degree? You want their resume? I maybe can find it for you. That would be a good hire. At Emory University here in Atlanta, you can study eco-womanism, black trans studies, and racial colonial capitalism. You know there's a major business out there just looking for a graduate in black trans studies. Man, I'm going to have a Bloody Mary for breakfast. Neal Boortz, Xtra 106.3.
It's February 10th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is the day we all deserve. It's National Umbrella Day. Whether to keep the rain off our head, block the sun, or simply as a fashion accessory, the umbrella may be one of the most practical inventions of all time. Singing in the rain, just singing in the rain. Also on this date, in 1933, the Postal Telegraph Cable Company delivered the first ever singing telegram. And the great tenor Luciano Pavarotti gave his final public performance during the opening ceremonies of the 2006 Winter Olympic Games in Turin, Italy. Pavarotti would pass away in 2007 from pancreatic cancer. If it's your birthday today, you share it with Olympic gold medalist swimmer Mark Spitz, born in 1950. Golfing icon, the great white shark Greg Norman, born in 1955. I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Love having a true conservative news and talk station in Atlanta? Then spread the word. Tell your family and friends to download the Xtra 106.3 app and stream the Morning Xtra, The Kimmer Show, and Atlanta's biggest lineup of conservative voices. Streaming across Georgia on the Xtra 106.3 app. This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Xtra 106.3.
A second suspected and reported ransom note deadline has passed. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, and there are no reports of any payments on day 10 of the search for Nancy Guthrie.
Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her.
But Today Show host Savannah Guthrie, also in a new social media video, said they're reaching out an hour of desperation searching for their mother.
And we need your help.
Urging anyone anywhere to reach out if they have seen or heard anything strange.
The FBI has put up digital billboards in several major cities in Texas, California, Arizona, and New Mexico. But the agency has not identified any suspects or persons of interest in the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. FBI officials also say they are unaware of any ongoing communications between the Guthrie family and any suspected kidnappers.
That's Fox's Tanya J. Powers. Yet another U.S. attack off the South American coast in a 5-month-long operation targeting drug trafficking.
The U.S. Military Southern Command announcing it blew up a vessel in the Eastern Pacific suspected of carrying drugs, killing 2 people and leaving 1 survivor, who it called the Coast Guard to search for. Southcom also releasing a clip of video showing the attack it said was carried out on a boat transiting along known narco trafficking routes.
Fox's Lillian Wu. The controversial immigration enforcement operation in Minneapolis that included deadly shootings and confrontations with protesters will be under scrutiny at a House hearing next hour that'll put the acting ICE director on the hot seat as Democrats demand ICE reform, or else they'll block new funding for Homeland Security needed by Friday night. But Republican Congressman Lance Gooden tells Fox a lot of ICE operations are already funded.
So what they've done is put at risk the TSA funding. No one wants to go to the airport and have
have to wait hours to get on a plane. They put at risk the air traffic controllers.
We just got an update on the economy showing we did less shopping around Christmas than expected. Retail sales did not rise as predicted in December. Instead, they were unchanged from November. America's listening to Fox News.
Quiet down. Here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation honors America's heroes and their families, heroes like Scott Abrams. Now, for more than 3 decades, Scott served his community and country while he was on his NYPD motorcycle escorting a funeral procession. Scott was hit by a bus, leaving him partially paralyzed. Tunnel to Towers was able to honor Scott with a mortgage-free smart home. Please join us supporting the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. If you can donate $11 a month, go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
Tired of all the negative media manipulation? Wake up feeling right with a Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Tug and Los, morning, y'all. This is Extra 106.3. Big country call out to Marty. He wanted to say something about that last segment when we were talking about English being an official language in the Megyn Kelly conversation with Piers Morgan. Marty says until we get rid of Press 2 for Espanol, probably not going to be where we need to be. People need to assimilate, and it's hard to argue that. Every other country requires it. Just us. We're the only ones.
Yeah, whenever I get the Press 1 for English, I'm like, let's go, come on.
Yeah, seriously. Goodness.
Keep this thing moving.
Yeah, just the addition just doesn't make sense.
But this is so much of the doing in this country. So much of everything that has occurred, and I tell all the audience this on a regular basis, it's not Marty's doing, it's not my doing, it's not Tug's doing. The left let in 20 million people. This is a reaction to this stuff.
That's exactly right.
Because we didn't have, quite honestly, I'll call it vitriol. Because right now, whenever I see somebody who's apprehended by ICE, I'm like,
good.
In fact, I'm like, how hard can you do it? When they say, you're breaking up families, I'm like, you're damn right. Go home. Okay, that's vitriol. It really is. And yet it is a perfectly normal response to allowing in 20 million people unvetted that you flooded this country with.
And to your point, there's a reason that they're locking people up in the UK, in England, for speaking their mind out loud or on social media, because they know that reaction's there. How do we tamp it down? How do we censor it?
How do we cut that off?
And the only way to do it is take people's rights away.
And so much of what's going on, Trump is a reaction to establishment politics.
That's right.
And the reason Trump is back in office, it's not because of me or Tug. Now, hey, we help with turnout. Told everybody when to start, when to go, what you're supposed to do.
And better do it for the midterms, because the Democrats are fired up. They can't wait to go vote and cheat.
But the reason why Donald Trump is back in office is because Joe Biden was so terrible, and the policies were so terrible, and the economic data that they were trying to work off of ended up being so bad that you can call him whatever you... He's a 34-time felon. How bad were you that it was the obvious choice in 7 swing states?
And won in a landslide. How bad were you? How bad do you have to be? How bad will you be moving forward?
So that's always going to be my response to this stuff. Do I have I can't believe you voted for him. Yeah, 3 times. But you know why he keeps winning? It's because of you.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly right.
It's not because of me.
It's the natural reaction. Every action has a reaction.
It's because you keep being nuts. And every time they have a reaction to what he does and they go ape-ass crazy, I'm like, thank you. You're just adding fuel to the fire there.
Yep.
And as we've seen from the CNN data, the whole idea of J.D. Vance, I mean, he is the natural successor to this, where, call it MAGA, call it whatever you want. The enthusiasm for him naturally moving from Trump to him, it's euphoric. It's, okay, yeah, this is what we're doing.
And I believe the reaction to the Super Bowl, the halftime show, I think that is a microcosm of all of this playing out as well.
It's a flashpoint.
Absolutely.
It's an example.
I'd seen, and I don't have it in front of me, so apologize, but Frank Luntz had the numbers as of last night, and the viewership, the post-Super Bowl viewership of the Turning Point broadcast versus the Super Bowl halftime show broadcast is like double. It's remarkable.
Current views. This is just YouTube, so we're not factoring anything
just YouTube, right?
Bad Bunny is at 41.2 million. Turning Point USA, 20.5 million.
Yeah.
They did half without the worldwide audience.
Yep.
Without the every other at half. Now, we're going through the numbers on this. So, what I'm trying to explain to people, and I should probably do a better job of this. So, when you have somebody who clicks into Facebook, or if they access it on social media, that's a one count. If it's done through television, through Nielsen, that's supposed to be 2.5.
There we go. Yeah.
And so that's why the numbers are at what they are, where it's an estimated from 22.5 million, could be as high as 40 million. That's where it's going to take days until we have an idea as to what the usage is and how much. Because again, if I do it, like you did on your phone.
Yeah.
All right. It counts as one.
Yeah.
Just kind of, but
sure.
Again, if you did it from a different device, Nielsen's supposed to recognize as 2.5.
Think about these numbers, though, that Luntz just shared as of 9 o'clock last night. Bad Bunny, how much promotion did Bad Bunny get?
Endless
Worldwide promotion. TPUSA, none. They got zero, besides what they shared on their own social media.
And by the way, on ESPN, on Prime, on NBC, on CBS, on Fox, they all, because it's an NFL property, all were advertising their Super Bowl halftime show with Bad Bunny. And yet they did half.
Apple Music, everywhere. They had playlists set up, specific. Anytime you opened Apple Music, that's the first thing you saw. So for them to be at 41.2 and TPUSA to be at 20.5, overwhelming avalanche of exposure and promotion, almost no exposure, tells you a lot about what people wanted to say by tuning in over there.
And I know we'll get into the first thing you need to know in a moment, but I think these numbers are important to go back through. There was a marketing executive, I was reading what she had to post about when it comes to advertising sales and how this game works. And as she pointed out, the numbers look good when you're like, oh, look, overall numbers for the Super Bowl. And everyone claims like, oh, look at Bad Bunny did 130 million.
That's right, yeah.
As she's pointing out, the numbers look overwhelmingly strong for Puerto Rico, Central and South America. But that it looks like as much as 39 to 40% of American audiences either tuned out or went to something different. Now, when you buy that ad space, you're not trying to reach Puerto Rico
and Central America.
And South America.
Yeah.
You're trying to reach me. You're trying to get me, the homeowner, the guy who works, who's at the top range of my buying power. Okay, you're trying to get me in Tug. Trying to get my wife. All right, like we are the adults now, Gen X in the room. This is what we're doing. And you turn them off because you did it all in Spanish.
Budweiser wanted you to go buy beer. Xfinity wanted you to buy internet. Volkswagen wanted you to buy a car. These are just some of the biggest ads that were on the Super Bowl. They wanted Los. They wanted me. They wanted you listening right now to do all those things. And their biggest pop came in a market that is it important? Sure. Is Central America? I guess they sell Budweiser, and I mean I know they do, but I don't know. I don't know what the.
You think Central America is looking for that German Volkswagen?
And even look, no, I don't. But even if they were, what's the market? Like, how much can you make in Central America versus 350 million people in the United States?
That's why it's a giant marketing fail. That's why the numbers are what they are. And credit to Turning Point. They saw a weak spot, and they played it correctly, and now it changes the game. Now, not that it's going to be Turning Point. anybody can put something like this together based off of who you think the halftime entertainment's going to be. And now, and this is what was explained to me when I was reading through this marketing article and this person. Now, let's say, for instance, I don't know, name an act for next year. We've been saying Foo Fighters.
Foo Fighters, just because it's going to be such an overreaction to Rock Nation, Jay-Z's group.
All right, how about I happen to go sell $100 million in ads, and I make a crazy pitch, and I say, you know what? For 13 minutes, I'm going to have Outkast. Outkast is going to play a private show for 13 minutes. We're going to have our own production. Now, you might say, well, okay, what's the big deal? But I've now created counter-programming.
And know that it can be effective.
I'm not talking about like Backstreet. I'm talking about like icons of here's what we're going to do, and we're going to completely program differently. That is the greatest fear of the NFL. And yes, if I found out it was Foo Fighters, I would be sitting back going like, how much will it cost us for Outkast?
Yeah, all right. Absolutely.
It might cost us $10 million.
Dude, I want to give you another example for all the people, because we talked about Zach Bryan, he's associated with country music, but he's the last thing that any country programmer is using as an artist because he's such a pain in the ass as a guy. He's so impossible to deal with as a guy. And country dropped him so quickly because he is impossible. But, he was talking about how embarrassing it was to counter-program. And my response to that, because I didn't even think about this, and Liberal John called yesterday, which is fine. He had a difference of opinion with ours, but he's always welcome on the show, just like if you have a difference of opinion.
I don't think he likes the numbers that are coming out.
Well, you can't, because it shows you that people have made a statement that we didn't like what you did, NFL.
Oh, they just didn't have it. Didn't have an interest.
Didn't have an interest. But I would say it was probably a little more for a lot of people. There was a lot of people politically that went to the Turning Point thing because they knew they were going to get something faith. And it was. They knew they were going to get different artists. And it wasn't even marquee artists. It was about saying, I don't like what you're doing, NFL. I don't like what you're doing. Or I'm completely uninterested. It could be either one or a combination of the two. But the reason I bring up the broadcast, the alternative broadcasts, for years and years and years, I remember growing up watching Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve. It was the only game in town.
Yep, for years.
Guess what? It's not the only game in town anymore. Nashville does their own.
Everybody has their own.
Nashville's New Year's, New Year's extravaganza, whatever it is. It's all the country stars on CBS. Why did they do that? Because they're going to try to pull some of that market share. They're like, hey, there's only one game in town. Why don't we give them an option? Because usually with New Year's Rockin' Eve, it's a mixture of different artists. CBS was like, what if we just did a country one? Kind of the same thing that Turning Point did. Like, what if we just did a more traditional country presentation?
Let me grab market share out of this.
And guess what? It's worked just like Turning Point worked.
Just no one had come up with the idea.
Or thought of it.
Of let's counter-program the NFL's halftime show. And now, this next time around, whoever's going to do it, again, it doesn't have to be Turning Point. It could be anybody now.
Yeah, it could be anybody, yeah.
You see, hey, there's blood in the water. Let me go get $100 million for this. I'm going to go get some crazy amount of money.
Let's put money behind it.
Because now that I know, what is it now? The second live streamed event on YouTube as far as the most popular, most watched live stream event. Number 2 overall.
Yeah.
Okay, that's real amount of getting those eyeballs. Like, you can charge crazy amounts of money for that.
And Roger Goodell is going, my God.
What did we do?
What have we done?
What have we done?
Exactly
what did we do?
That's exactly right. 100%.
You notice, ain't a whole lot of stuff coming out about what did we do, what have we done?
Nobody's doing a rehash with the exception of the political shows, which is exactly what they're supposed to do. Are they talking about it on The View? Are they talking about it on Good Morning America? Absolutely not, because they know they'd be highlighting the failure of the NFL.
We had MS Now that rolled with it for a while yesterday morning. Now they won't even touch it because the real data's out there.
First thing you need to know this morning, though, is something different.
Way out west, there's a show, the Morning Xtra, Tug Los, deep in the story.
Our AI song is more country than Zach Bryan.
News
I'm going to see him in April.
Well, enjoy it. Hey, he puts on a good live show. Yeah. He's impossible to deal with. I mean, impossible to deal with. I know that on so many levels. So yeah, a couple good songs. Sure. Yeah. He was there. He was hot as fire there for a second, and then talk about dropping off a cliff.
And then he had that whole scandal with the Barstool girl.
Yeah, with the girlfriend and the poor treatment there. I think it just really shows you who he is. But the reason that this is the most important thing that you'll hear today is because you're not going to hear it from many places. We're going to tell you about it. Not everybody will. And it's that Donald Trump was the reason that Epstein was caught and Ghislaine Maxwell was caught. In 2006, he was the whistleblower, according to court testimony.
So the meme that is getting around today, and it's very funny, is it's a person who's smiling, and next to it it says, Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. And then the next picture is them with a sad face. It says, because he called the cops on Epstein.
That's right.
And 2019 court documents.
That's right. And this is from testimony from 2006. When he called the police, he basically called Ghislaine Maxwell an evil person. She is evil, and she needs to be focused on. That's the Epstein operative, the woman that's in jail now that has pleaded the fifth because she knows if she were to give up one name, like maybe, hypothetically, Bill Clinton or, I don't know, Bill Gates.
Bill Gates.
Then things would end poorly for her, just like it did Epstein, no matter the fact that she's in jail.
This was an intelligence operation that also coupled basically a pedophile ring. And what did it do? Well, you provided people with horrible services to their passions, and then you also compromised them. So this is multi-pronged.
Yeah, it is.
This is not the sort of deal where your neighbor has a grow house in their basement. Like, this is being involved with the worst of the worst. The reason why that woman ain't saying a word and she's pleading the fifth, because she's not going to give up any names. And it's not because she's not interested in justice. No, she doesn't want to be dead.
The Democrat narrative that Trump is involved is and always was BS. You already know that. I know you know that listening here to the Morning Extra.
Hey, can I tell you about Botcha?
But if you need one more example, that this is the nail in the coffin, I think, for that narrative. Yes, give me, because she's so great.
So Botcha Ungar Sargon. Remember, she's the MAGA liberal.
Yeah.
So she put this out there just a little bit under an hour ago. Something tells me the Democrats and their media are about to take President Trump's advice and move on from the Epstein story.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, they finally will.
I don't know if they can.
They're going.
They've created this mythology, but is this not the final, like, okay, look, he called the cops on him.
Yeah, what more do you want?
There's court documents that were pointing out that in 2005, he cut this guy loose. In 2006, he was the primary whistleblower. And as the attorneys have told us that represent the women who were violated, he was one of the primary, he was like the first FBI informant on what he knew this guy was involved in and how dirty he was.
Maybe you're right, Los. Maybe they won't be able to move on from it, even though she's saying they should. And everybody with any common sense goes, you better let this one go, because this is going to drag you and the people that you support down with the ship. And the only thing they've had all morning long on MS Now is, well, there was still some redactions, some redacted names, even though the DOJ said there wouldn't be. Dude, the only redaction is the guy that was being protected by the courts that is giving the testimony. That's it. Everything he said is right there in front of you to read.
This is how funny the left is. So I gave the example. Tug is in the Golden Triangle. He grows opium. He grows heroin. And I'm the person who then transports it, processes it, and sells it. Would I ever call the authorities on Tug? No.
Because you're involved.
Because I'm involved. The left has created such a crazy mythology here. They've actually told themselves, you know why Donald Trump told on him? Because he was trying to distance himself. It's like, no, if you were involved with this guy, why would you ever call the police on him?
It goes against your common sense.
Occam's razor, the most obvious answer, is typically the right one. I'm not calling the authorities to tell them about Tug's growing heroin because I'm distributing it and selling it.
And I'm going to jail too.
Just like you didn't have a scenario where Donald Trump is saying, I too have been trafficking young women, but I'm going to call it on this guy. No.
Dude, it's just...
He'll implicate you if he could. Dude, he can't because he didn't.
When we continue on the Morning Extra, the nation's piggy bank. There's some people that have their hand in the nation's piggy bank. Next on Extra.
Hey, Atlanta, it's Los. Let's talk about Howard Brothers and Kawasaki. When we're busy outside work in the spring, no one wants to have their mower stop halfway through cutting a lawn. That's an awful feeling when immediately it hits you. Hey, maybe I should have taken care of the maintenance during the winter while it was sitting in the garage. That is going to be a bad end to your day. That's why Howard Brothers trusts Kawasaki genuine parts. They're quality parts. They make all the difference, whether you're gearing up for a busy season or... let's just say you're like me. You're just trying to get your machines ready for peak performance. Kawasaki parts keep your engines running stronger, longer. Find your Kawasaki parts at Howard Brothers today.
Extra 106.3 is getting ready for the 2026 midterms. And on the ballot, it's freedom versus communism. The choice is clear, and your vote matters more than ever. The future of our community and our country hangs in the balance, and the conservative voice of Atlanta will continue to fight the good fight right up to the election. Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
For a lot of drivers, the question isn't, should I buy a Toyota? It's, where should I buy it? Because the dealership matters long after the paperwork is signed. My good friends at Marietta Toyota, well, they've built their reputation the right way. Trust, consistency, and of course, most importantly, taking care of the neighbors and customers for over 50 years, proudly serving the Marietta area since 1975. You get real selection, straightforward answers, and a team that respects your time. Here's the difference most dealerships don't include. Every new Toyota comes with our nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty. That's valid for unlimited time and unlimited mileage for as long as you own your Toyota. That's long-term confidence backed by Toyota quality and supported by a full team here after the sale with service and genuine Toyota parts on Cobb Parkway South. It's time for you to visit Marietta Toyota on Cobb Parkway South, about 3 miles north of Truist Park. Marietta Toyota. We've been here and we'll be here for you.
Nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty included with every new Toyota purchase. See dealer for coverage details, exclusions, and requirements.
Matt, where does confidence actually come from?
Well, Brooke, most people think it's about faking it or achieving more. But real confidence starts with something simpler, self-awareness.
So how do you know if you're self-aware? And more importantly, how do you increase it?
That's where our image process comes in at howpeopleseeyou.com.
Is that the same process made famous by casting director Sam Christensen from MASH?
Yeah, and today it's helping corporate professionals show up with clarity and authenticity, because confidence starts when who you are matches how you're seen. Learn more at howpeopleseeyou.com and sign up for a free preview event. That's howpeopleseeyou.com.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. You know what time it is? Cooler weather. Perfect time to get those outdoor projects done. Stovall & Company has everything. Wholesale landscaping, nursery, irrigation supplies. 11 locations, latest one in Canton. Family owned for 75 years. They've got it all. StovallInc.com.
Thousands of veterans across Georgia are missing out on the benefits they've earned through their service. The Warrior Alliance is changing that by connecting veterans and their families to life-changing resources and support. Tune into the Warrior Alliance Network, our podcast and radio show dedicated to helping veterans succeed after service. Join us every Saturday at 11 a.m. on 106.3 to hear inspiring veteran stories, discover free programs, and learn about career opportunities available to you. Subscribe to the Warrior Alliance YouTube channel today.
When an emergency hits, it doesn't send out a warning. The power goes out, cell towers overload, and then suddenly your phone is nothing but a flashlight. The one thing you need most, communication, is gone. That's why you need Rapid radios, and especially the new Rad 1. It cuts through the chaos with long-range, crystal clear communication. So during a blackout, evacuations, or any severe weather, Rapid Radios keeps you connected to family, neighbors, and help when it matters most. Be prepared today. Visit rapidradios.com. Emergencies don't wait, so be ready. Only at rapidradios.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
It's Tuesday, February 10th, and here are your headlines. Some much-needed rain is coming this week as scattered showers are expected Tuesday into Wednesday morning, with light rain lingering Wednesday and a heavier round late Saturday into Sunday that can bring 1 to 2 inches across parts of North Georgia. Forecasters say the rain will be spread out, reducing flood concerns while helping drought conditions. A federal judge has ordered the Justice Department to unseal documents tied to the Fulton County Election Office ballot seizure investigation, a case involving efforts to access voting equipment after the 2020 election. The ruling could shed new light on who authorized authorized the operation and what federal officials knew at the time. And finally, State School Superintendent Richard Woods will present Literacy and Math Leader Awards Tuesday at Harrison High School, honoring more than 40 Cobb County high schools for strong performance on Georgia Milestones exams. The awards recognize schools showing both high achievement and significant academic growth. Today's weather is partly cloudy with a high of 75 and a low of 59. With your Extra 106.3 headlines, I'm Bryce Gobert.
Tug and Los until 10. Thank you for being here. 404-741-1230. Always welcome. The door is always open for you to call in, be a part of the discussion, be a part of the show. Los has been going through some of the reactions to Donald Trump being exonerated, essentially, publicly exonerated.
Dive into madness.
Anything to do with Epstein because of the fact that he called the police on Epstein. Said you must check into Ghislaine Maxwell. She is easy. She is an operative. She's the one that heads it all up. It's as insane as you might imagine that it would be.
Let's see. There's a post on the reason why he did it was to distance himself. There's that one.
Mm-hmm.
There's also, and this is what the other ones that I found that was really funny. This just makes it look worse. Let's see.
Of course it does.
I mean, it's one after the next because it's like cult members. Now, they'll always be like, well, Meg is a cult. Sorry, we've been playing the audio all the time of whether it's Bill Maher or Adam Carolla. Bill Maher is always like, man, I get people on the Republicans come over here all the time and let's just talk.
Well, that's the only people that will come on to a show.
He's like, I can't get liberals on my show.
Yeah, they don't come.
They don't want to break the orthodoxy that they buy into. They can't have that discussion. That, by definition, is a cult.
Yeah. And then, because he had Adam Carolla on, and they were talking about how both of them are not at all conservative. Yet when they speak, it almost makes them look conservative because of their common sense. And then the fact that some of their friends, their liberal friends, don't even talk to them anymore because they sound conservative.
Yeah, take a listen to this. This is where we talk about the cult mindset. And the cult mindset on the left firmly believes that just like they believed in Russian collusion, just like they believed in the court case here in Atlanta and the two in New York and E. Jean Carroll, all these are going to be, oh my God, we got two impeachments. Oh, we got it. Finally. It's
we
like,
got him.
You are in a cult mindset and they keep feeding you this garbage and you keep swallowing it. Take a listen to Bill Maher and Adam Carolla talking about the mindset.
People say to me all the time, oh, you're, Republican and right-leaning. I go, listen, I don't own a gun. I'm not religious at all. I'm for abortion and pot smoking and everything. How right can I be?
You've put your finger on the thing that makes me so incensed about the woke and the far left, which is this, that they want to characterize people, you, me, Barry Weiss, who's a lesbian and Jewish, and things that used to be our, we need no further credentials to let you know that we are certainly not conservatives, we're not right-wingers, we're not whatever you think, and yet it's never enough for them. It's never enough that we're just not willing to go along with your insanity. That doesn't make us conservatives.
Right. No, I agree. Barry's great, and there's many people that way.
I just don't go along with your insanity.
And I love the fact that he said, it's never enough.
No, ever.
We have to continue. The revolution never ends. We have to continue going left. But the question is, where does that leave those two men? Where does it leave them?
Closer to me and you.
Well, of course it does.
Always.
But do they act on that? Do they finally go, if we've continued to vote the way we've been voting and we vote for whomever the Democrats put up that will undoubtedly be a socialist, maybe they don't say it out loud, but they will be. Do they then vote for that person? Do they abstain from voting at all? Or do they vote for the Republican like a J.D. Vance? I don't know the answer, but if you continue to vote for the hard left, then then having that discussion is silly and a waste of everybody's time.
Bill Maher used to be the far left.
I know.
He was that way 25 years ago, and now things have moved so far away that he's even looking at it going, how do you win elections with this?
It's never enough.
How do you live in a world of sanity when this is your level of belief? The cult. He's pointing out the cult.
That's right. And it's there. It's them.
And the cult, I can read through all of Boccia all of her tweets about this whole story, and the cult mindset just runs through this thing continuously.
And that's another one. Like, we quote her all the time.
Yeah, and she's a Democrat.
And she's a Democrat. She's liberal. Because she recognizes, like Bill Maher and like Adam Carolla, how far the far left is, how crazy communist, socialist, Marxist they are, and it's never enough. I think that is the key thing that he said. That was the most important thing he said. It's never enough. They're going to continue pushing to the left. Now, what do they do with it? I don't know.
So let me get this straight. So here's one of the posts. So when Epstein was publicly being investigated by Trump, then he had the, quote, bravery to speak up, but not before. You think this is not the flex you think it is at all. Again, we've gone through the timeline. The attorney for the victims, which any of the victims at any point could have said Donald Trump. And they're like, no, it didn't have anything to do with this. Yet he was the one who was the initial FBI informant who gave the information to get Epstein into the trouble that he got into in Florida and then moving forward. Why does Donald Trump show up in the Epstein files? Because Epstein was trying to get back at Trump for the better part of 2 decades.
We're going to get to by the numbers in give me 2 minutes, because I want to bring this up that goes along with this. Another discussion that they had is that Bill Maher is mad or is hurt, I guess, because Jimmy Kimmel's so mad at him. He said, we never talk because of politics. Jimmy Kimmel is very mad at me. I don't think I did anything wrong. There is a difference between right and left, and it bugs me so much. My tribe is supposed to be the left, but these are the people that just can't let you talk unless you're exactly where they are. Whereas Republicans, back to the original part of the conversation, come on the show and actually have dialogue.
Give you a quick note from Elon Musk, by the way, because we've talked about why won't these victims of Epstein name names, and we talked about the non-disclosure agreement and the money that they were able to get from his estate that they were paid.
Because it was liquidated for that reason.
For that reason. Elon Musk said most of the child victims were turned into traffickers themselves by Epstein after the age of 18. By making them commit crime with him, Epstein ensured their silence more than an NDA possibly could. They should be offered amnesty in order to testify.
No question.
Makes a ton of sense. Like,
absolutely,
you got used this way, now you're recruiting this way, and now you're part of this criminal syndicate.
Unbelievable, man. It really is. And this is going to sound, I hope it doesn't sound, like the evil genius that Epstein was.
Sounds like intelligence.
Absolutely,
not
it does.
brain intelligence.
No.
This is how this works.
The intelligence community.
The intelligence community.
That's right.
This is how you turn people inside out. This is how you make them do stuff that they would never expect. This is how you turn people into assets.
It's unbelievable. But it still blows me away that Kimmel won't talk to Bill Maher because of politics. That's unbelievable. But I don't know why it should surprise me, because Jimmy Kimmel's wife said she didn't allow family to come over for Christmas because of politics.
Well, now she's a lead writer and completely nuts, so his show sounds completely nuts.
Let's get by the numbers.
But I'll be alright as long as there's light from a math dude. Most people don't like math, they run from the sun.
I saw this really interesting piece of information from the Index Insider. And what it did is it looked at the presidents of the United States.
She's lump, like that one?
not that one.
I'm sorry. That's for Flannel Friday. So.
Yes. I was going to say the presidents of the United States of America. You're going to get peaches next.
That's right.
So you can go through, and obviously we've had a limited amount of these people. It's what it is. We've had, 45 of them now? Yeah. So when you go through this information, it's cool because it points out, here was their net worth when they showed up into office, and here's what it was when they left. And so, for instance, star of the country, George Washington was listed as being worth $2 million. When he left office, it was $2.5 million. There's nothing crazy about that. When you start looking at, let's say, John Adams left poorer than when he came in. $800,000 went to $700,000. There's somebody like James Monroe, worth $1 million, left worth $50,000. Okay, so this is pretty typical of most of our first, say, 200 years, right? That's how it went. Then we get into basically the late 70s and early 80s, where now we start getting to this age of career politicians. Because they didn't really exist in the way that they started to occur from basically the 1960s into the 80s and the 90s, where suddenly people were in office for 30 or 40 years, and you're like, how did they make all this money? Well, that's weird. Let's talk about that. So, for instance, we'll just focus on the presidents. When you had Richard Nixon, he showed up as worth $2 million. He left worth $15 million. All right, fine. Gerald Ford, $1.5 million, left worth $7 million. Jimmy Carter, $2 million, left worth $10 million. Now, the numbers start getting crazy as we get into more of the modern day. George H.W. Bush, $4 million, left worth $25. Bill Clinton, $1.3, left worth $80 million.
Woo, that's a jump.
George W. Bush, $20 million, went to $40 million.
Doubled his wealth.
Barack Obama, $1.3 million, because remember, you got to disclose all this stuff. Left worth $70 million. Joe Biden, Joe just didn't handle it right. $2 million, left worth $10+ million. Remember, what was only 10% for the big guy?
Yeah, that's right. So
man, what a problem.
He didn't corral enough.
Here's the interesting one, because on this list, John F. Kennedy, like his family, they were billionaires. He's the only other billionaire on this list. And then it comes to Donald Trump. Disclosed worth $3 billion before, $2.5 billion after. It's the only president during this modern era from like 1963 moving forward where they actually left office poor, like the founding fathers mostly did.
Right. Losing money to do the job.
The piggy bank under Donald Trump is closed right now in comparison to what we've seen presidents who have done since the 1960s.
Dude, freaking
the only one.
Clinton, 1.3 to $80 million. That should be that should be flashing lights. But there's nobody other than Tim Burchett and maybe Angel Face, Anna Paulina Luna are talking about, hey, we need to stop insider trading. We need to do some of these things. I don't know that you ever stop it. Because let's say, I don't know, Nancy Pelosi, since she's the kind of the poster child, she's not able to invest, but she hands off some money to her nephew, and her nephew invests it, and it still gets back to her. I don't know that you can stop it. I hope you can, but I don't think you can.
Part of the issue that you have is that you will have somebody who's a very wealthy donor, and they're asking for political favors because you know at the end of the rainbow, there's going to be, especially when you're in Congress, there's going to be a seat on some sort of board. And that board, that seat there is suddenly $5 or $10 million.
Pay you handsomely.
Now, you were making $154,000, $172,000, but you did the right favors, and now I got this board seat for $5 million. It's a big reason why these people are able to explode their wealth, especially once they're out of office. And then even in office, it's crazy what they're able to do. And I think part of it is insider trading. I think part of it is like what we saw with Ilhan Omar.
Oh, boy.
Suddenly, you're bringing that up as well? Yeah.
And Bryce had said it too.
Her husband's company was worth like $50,000, and then it went to like $15 million.
Overnight.
Without any investors.
Yeah. And the wine that nobody's heard of and an empty warehouse, it just, none of it adds up.
It's all the skim, man.
It is. Absolutely right.
But at least you can say when it comes to these numbers, Donald Trump is the only modern president who went in and then left worth less.
Now, it'll piss the liberals off if you accidentally tell them this. You want to talk about being furious. You want to talk about losing their business over this. Dude, they will lose their mind and say he's got it in 10 different Swiss bank accounts. And then you can be like, you mean like Joe Biden?
Like Joe Biden, who set up 20 shell companies?
Like, is that what you mean?
Where the United States of America got it.
America got it. Oh, man. He did. He America got it all right.
He America got it.
With 20 shell companies. Got that money. When we come back, a reality checks on the slopes of Milan as we wrap up the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
Extra 106.3 Sports, powered by 680 The Fan.
It's Tuesday, February 10th, and here are your headlines. Some much-needed rain is coming.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, February 10th. The Hawks, they lost last night in Minnesota to the Timberwolves 138-116. Outside of that outcome, though, for the second time this season, Atlanta Hawks forward Jalen Johnson has been named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. Johnson is scheduled to participate in the upcoming NBA All-Star Game. From college hoops, it's an off night for both big local teams. Tomorrow night, Georgia hosts Florida. Georgia Tech, they will host Wake Forest. You can hear that game on our sister station's brand new app, 680 and 680 The Fan. From the NFL, with the conclusion of the Super Bowl, Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak has been officially named the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. With the sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
So today it's supposed to get up to like 70 degrees. So this is the reprieve that you've needed, right? Because we've been under freezing for, quite a long time, it seems. Now's the time. Now's the reprieve. Take the time to call up Chuck and his team at Central Heating and Air Conditioning and ask about the 29th Annual Winter White Sale, the lowest pricing of 2026. The reason I say today's a good day to do it is because on Thursday, we're back down to like 36 degrees. Going to be quite chilly. So we're in that roller coaster, as we head into late February, March, before we get to springtime. Make sure that you're set up to keep the family warm, to keep the air in the house that you're breathing clean, and then when we ultimately get to spring and into the summer, that your house will be comfortable and cool. So what you do, pick up the phone. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. 79 years of experience there at Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Chuck and his team, second generation, locally owned HVAC company here in Atlanta, one of the few. Central Heating and Air Conditioning. It is delivering carrier comfort for the world we share.
The Braves 2026 gate giveaways are here, and this season is packed with must-have items. From the Braves Legends collection featuring iconic Braves alumni to the crossover jersey collection with Braves basketball, football, hockey, and soccer jerseys, there's something for every fan. Plus, fans can look forward to some new additions like a Hawaiian shirt, cowboy hat, and a bobble card series. It's part bobblehead, part baseball card. Visit Braves.com/promos to see the full lineup and grab your tickets. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
Hey Atlanta, it's Mark from Atlanta Safe House. It's 2026 and it's going to be a great year. So let's start the year off with a quiz. So what's the difference in a criminal and a socialist Democrat? Well, a criminal wants to steal your stuff, but a socialist Democrat wants to steal your freedom. So let's talk about safes. The Atlanta Safe House has the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Brands like Browning, Champion, and Fort Knox. With over 500 safes in stock, we are the place to buy a safe. So come by the showroom or go to atlantasafehouse.com.
So you got into an argument. Things got heated. Then a fight broke out, and it landed you in jail. Now what? You need A Second Chance bail bonds. They can get you or your loved one out of jail quickly, in most cases, in a few hours. So make the right call. A Second Chance bail bonds. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Hello.
Hey, is this Mike Fitzgerald?
No, I think you have the wrong number. Wish I could help you.
Well, you could if you were Mike Fitzgerald.
Who is Mike Fitzgerald?
Mike Fitzgerald is the only realtor I'll talk to because he can sell my house fast for a great price and even in this market.
Yeah, I'm definitely not Mike Fitzgerald.
Oh, I figured that out because Mike Fitzgerald would have sold my house already.
Need to sell your home? You need Mike Fitzgerald from the Harry Norman Realtors team. Exclusive Georgia members of Forbes Global Properties. Learn more at MikeFitzgeraldRealty.com. That's where you'll find Mike Fitzgerald.
Staff software engineer positions offered by Warner Media Services, LLC in Atlanta, Georgia. Build, test, and maintain the cloud infrastructure and tools to allow for the speedy development and release of software. Position reports to Atlanta, Georgia office. Telecommuting permitted in accordance with company policy, but must live within commuting distance of stated office. Please submit resume to wbdi@wbd.com. Reference job ID 9662913.
If you've been listening to me on Extra, you know that I don't put my name on just anything. It's a camera, of course, talking about my longtime friends at Peach State Windows, the family-owned Georgia company I've been trusting for something like 25 years now. Jeff owns a joint. He and his wife been doing this for years and years. This crew's been serving Georgia homeowners for decades, for like 5 of them. He knows Georgia's weather and building codes and what really works in our homes. How about right now? 8 premium Energy Star double hung replacement windows, fully installed, $39.95. That's right, 8 windows for under $4,000 installed. You don't get deals like this from those big national companies or the personal service and craftsmanship that Jeff demands and provides. How about this? How about 0% financing for 12 months? Makes upgrading a little bit easier, doesn't it? PeachStateWindows.com. That's PeachStateWindows.com. Here's the number, 770-485-8011. Trusted, proven, priced right. Make the uglies go away. PeachStateWindows.com.
The Morning Extra, starting your day the right way. Weekdays from 6 to 10 a.m.
I'm then more bothered by what basically is Antifa setting up checkpoints to ask random people who are just driving through, going about their day, like they have to be checked for papers. I'm more bothered by that than a guy who shows up with a gun to harass ICE and ends up being shot.
Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station is Extra 106.3.
So we've been watching the Olympics. There's a couple things that have irritated me, but I'm Team USA, going to cheer for my team, my country, the country I love, the country I served to defend in the United States Navy. My wife is she loves the Olympics, always has since she was a little girl, was really influenced, I think, and impacted by the year miracle, because she grew up not far from where all that went down. In the Olympic
over in Lake Placid.
Yeah, Lake Placid, yeah. She didn't grow up terribly far from there, and has been there to the training center that's up there, and I guess you can still maybe do the luge or something up there, which is cool to think about. So she loves it, and it's been fun supporting the athletes that love the United States of America. There have been some hiccups. There have been some points where I just hold my nose and roll my eyes.
I don't really blame the athletes as much as I blame the media, and here's the reason why.
Well, yeah.
The athletes, if you reach that level, you have very little time for other things. If you're a world-class athlete, we're talking like eat, sleep, train, and that's all the time. And if you happen to get involved in politics, you're nowhere near, in my opinion, what everyone else is at, who has more time on their hands or who has more worldly life experiences. It's not like there's a whole lot of these athletes that, I go to work every day, and after I finish up my TPS reports, then I handle, and then I go train afterwards. Like that's few and far between. These athletes are doing something completely different. And what occurs is any of them that have even the possibility of a liberal left lean, what happens is the media feeds it.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's a predominant thought.
Here we go. Let's make sure we feature this.
Because we reviewed, and there's been several people that have done this, and we've done it as well. When you go back and look at the questioning of Olympic athletes during the Biden administration and also during the Obama administration, none of them were asked political questions.
What do you think about Biden just kicking open the door to the southern border?
They're never asked that.
Athlete A?
So what occurs is the media gives them a very slanted view and questions accordingly. And so a guy like Hunter Hess, who stepped in it already last week by talking about ICE and embarrassment, well, he found out pretty quickly that, hey, dude, that media member who asked you that question comes from a minority of thought, and your thought was minority too. And so he's now had to come forward and say, there's so much that is great about America, but there are always things that we can do better. One of the many things that makes this country amazing is that we have the right to the freedoms to point things out. So now suddenly he loves America.
Yeah. Welcome back.
Welcome back. That's how this goes. But again, I don't... Listen,
See,
you got the feathered hair and you look pretty and you get to... I'm trying to remember do you remember the name of the swimmer who is dumb as a box of beeholes? He was in the Summer Olympics like 10 or 15 years ago. I've got to look it up. He was a moron.
Oh, wait a minute.
But we wouldn't ask him anything because he was like Gronk. Now, that's the thing. Like, Rob Gronkowski plays a dumb guy. He's not a dumb guy. No, this dude was dumb. You didn't ask him about these questions. Well, the same thing is going on here. Some of these guys are eat, sleep, play. I've joked around for years. Me football play, me football kick.
Ryan Lochte?
Yeah. Poor Ryan Lochte.
Crazy. You know what I Googled? Team USA swimmer who wasn't smart.
Ryan Lochte. I know.
Poor fella.
But you wouldn't ask him about world politics.
No,
Ryan Lochte, you know what he does? He gets in a pool and he kicks butt.
And he's really good at it.
He's really good at it. But you're not going to be like, hey, so about the Fibonacci sequence. Tell me all about that, Ryan Lochte.
I don't give him as much of a pass as you do. I think, if you're smart, and maybe they need media training, don't fall for it.
I think it's easy to take advantage of dumb athletes.
Yeah, for sure.
And you can be patriotic and dumb.
Yep, that's the truth.
And you can be not patriotic and dumb.
But I know plenty of athletes that work really hard and train all year round that would have been able to answer that question and handle the question and do keep up and do pay attention. Not everybody does, so I can admit to that for sure.
I mean, there would be a different question so I'm on the podium and you ask me as a liberal media member, so what do you think about the president and the administration separating families? Now, as an athlete, I would say, first off, it probably should be, listen, I'm just here to perform.
Yeah,
I don't get caught up in the politics end. I'm not really paying attention to that.
Answer.
Okay, my next one would be, I'm concerned about what's going on in my country, but I also know these are the laws of the land and they're attempting to be enforced, but I think it's something we should pay attention to. Okay, now there's my answer. What do you think about these parents, these families being separated? I don't. I think it's pretty kick-ass. I think you should send them all home. Wherever home is.
Yeah.
Okay. That would be the one where like, oh my God.
Yeah, you'd be turned into public enemy number one.
No, I'd have a show on Fox News like as soon as I'm done.
But I'm saying in the mainstream media.
Yes, of course.
And Fox News, yes, they would give you the show, but look at the way they treat, like, say, Riley Gaines.
Yes. Riley Gaines was nowhere near that, but yet.
And she's treated like public enemy number one. And so that's, like, for them, I wouldn't want them to answer that way either.
What do you think about ICE raiding Home Depots at whatever town? I don't. I think if you're going to go anywhere, you should probably go to my Home Depot. There's one off of Highway 9. There's a little area right over there. You can get the whole crowd. Now, it's going to drive the cost up of painting.
Yeah.
But that's a small price to pay.
You're going to have to actually pay, an
actual wage to actual workers.
Wage. Yeah, to workers. Yeah. Now, this is the group of people in the Democrats that used to talk about that stuff all the time. Now they don't talk about it at all because that's not who's voting for them anymore, so they don't care anymore.
No. They used to be the biggest hawks against illegal immigration. And it was largely, as we pointed out before, it was your small business owners, your Chamber of Commerce people that wanted illegal immigration, namely Republicans, Chamber of Commerce Republicans.
Yeah. Guilty of sin.
Once this has it's not even shifted, it's turned into the Republican side. Most of us were always like, I don't want illegal immigration. When the Bush administration brought up about amnesty, we're like, nope. Mm-mm. When you had the Dreamers, nope. Mm-mm. Okay, the Democrats went from agreeing with us completely to, no, it sounds great. They should all be here.
Rewarding people for bad behavior is not the path to take.
Ski or Los would be hilarious.
Yes, it would. But, like Ski or Los, Tamara Mensah Stock. I want to play this cut for her because she gave me a reason to smile. Listen to this.
Feel to represent your country like this?
It feels amazing. I love representing the U.S. I freaking love living there. I love it, and I'm so happy I get to represent USA.
My girl. Dude, you know what I'm talking about? I couldn't wipe the smile off my face when I heard her say that. So awesome. So awesome to have somebody that's that proud to represent their nation, because every other country has people that proud to represent their nation.
You would hope.
I don't hear anybody else.
It's better this way.
I don't hear any other. Do you hear any other countries bashing their own country? Like the athletes? Because I don't.
It's our media.
Yeah. No, you're right. Absolutely. They're baiting the water. Anyway. Well, that'll do it for us.
And when it's other media, I'm like, don't. Again, Ski or Los would be like, where are you from? Yeah, good thing we're having increased tariffs on you. Now shut up. Next question.
That's right. That'd be so awesome.
I gave it a 10. A 10.
That's right. That'll do it for us. Beck is up next, then Clay and Buck, and then
you don't even have a military. Shut up.
Shut your mouth.
Next question.
If it weren't for us, you'd be speaking It's German now.
German or Japanese. Shut up. Next question.
Next question, please. For Los and Bryce, I'm Tug. Y'all come back now, yeah?
The legend Neal Boortz is only on Extra 106.3. With daily commentary you'll hear throughout the day. And he's on live with a Morning Extra every Tuesday morning at 7:30. Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3. And catch all of Neal's commentary on the Extra app.
Hi, it's Los, here with Tom Mitchell, the honest car guy. Tom, you are changing the way people are buying their next pre-owned car or truck. How are you doing it?
We found a better way for customers to buy a car. An honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee. We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal. The honest car guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car.
Folks, if you want to save thousands on your next pre-owned car or truck, call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or honestcarguy.com.
Did your security provider sell you off to another company, or are you just unhappy with your current service? This is Matt Harvey with Alert 360 Security. We protect the homes and businesses of over 12,000 of your friends and neighbors right here in Metro Atlanta, with monitoring starting at just $15.95 a month. Want video surveillance, access control, or smart home solutions? We do that too. Go to alert360.com, sign up in February, and receive a free video doorbell. Protect what matters most with Alert 360 Security. That's alert360.com.
Ready to sell your home fast and for top dollar? Trust Design to Sell. Staging and interior design experts recognized as one of the top 10 staging companies in the nation. From stylish redesigns to full-service staging, Design to Sell creates spaces buyers fall in love with. Faster sales, better offers. That's the power of great design. Call 678-505-1433 or visit homedesign2sell.com and ask for the fan special.
The legend Neal Boortz is only on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
I mean, I started talk radio in the days of the Vietnam War. The arguments were pretty simple back then compared to the way they are today. Is the domino theory legitimate? Do we have a real interest in stopping the spread of communism in Southeast Asia? What are the arguments today? What is a woman? Can you wrap your head around that? The Democrat Party, most people who call themselves Democrats cannot answer that question.
Boortz weighs in with commentary every day and is live with the Morning Extra on Tuesdays. Atlanta Talk Radio legends are only on Extra 106.3. This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Locally owned and heard throughout Georgia on the
Ice will soon get a lot of heat. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Acting Director Todd Lyons about to be under a lot of scrutiny, especially from Democrats at a House hearing about to start, as they insist on immigration enforcement reform, or else they'll block new funding for Homeland Security when money runs out Friday night. But Republican Congressman Lance Gooden tells Fox.
The big, beautiful bill that we passed last July fully funds and some the ICE operations that Democrats are so angry about.
Fox's Aisha Hosni reports.
Democrats still want those body cameras. They want masks to come off, and they want judicial warrants in their list of 10 demands. Schumer and Jeffries, the two Democratic leaders in the House and Senate, put out this statement. The initial GOP response is both incomplete and insufficient. Republicans say Democrats' demands are unserious.
A win in court for the Trump administration's deportation agenda.
A 3-judge Ninth Circuit Appeals Court panel has temporarily lifted a California federal judge's order that had blocked the Trump administration from ending temporary protected status, or TPS, for nearly 89,000 migrants from Honduras, Nepal, and Nicaragua.
That's Fox's Tanya J. Powers. It is day 10 of the search for Nancy Guthrie and her daughter. Today Show host Savannah Guthrie says in a social media video they're reaching an hour of desperation.
We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where.
A second reported deadline passed yesterday and a ransom note sent to TV outlets, but we know of no contact with whoever kidnapped the 84-year-old from her Tucson, Arizona home. Police have not named a person of interest. At the Winter Olympics, the U.S. has won 3 medals this morning, giving the Team USA 5 in Italy so far. Alex Hall got silver in freestyle skiing, Ben Ogden silver in cross country, and in women's combined skiing, Jacqueline Wiles and Paula Moltzen took the bronze, finishing ahead of their more well-known American teammates Breezy Johnson and Michaela Schifrin. America's listening to Fox News.
You know, one of the most rewarding parts of sharing Relief Factor with you is hearing real stories like Sandra. She wrote into me, she said, Glenn, I've been hearing about Relief Factor on your radio show for a couple of years. I finally decided to try it because nothing else was helping with my back pain. With the 3-week quick start, I went for it. I feel like a new person. Sandra's own words, and it's gratifying to hear. Thank you, Sandra. When I read stories like this, I remember how I was starting to lose hope. And it feels good to help people all over America live pain-free again. It was created by doctors. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free product using 4 key ingredients that supports the body's natural inflammatory response. And hundreds of thousands of people have ordered Relief Factor, and like Sandra and me, over 2/3 of these people go on to order more month after month. So try it yourself. The 3-week quick start. See how Relief Factor could be a game changer for you as well. Call the number 800-4-RELIEF, 1-800-4-RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com. Don't wait any longer. Get out of pain today.
It is another record morning on Wall Street. The Dow hit an all-time high. It's currently rising 340 points. The Nasdaq is gaining 20. The S&P 500 rising 13 points. We got this update to the economy today.
Economists were expecting a modest increase in retail sales for December. Instead, sales came in flat, no increase. Shoppers were spending more the previous month. November retail sales increased by 0.6%. For the year ending in December, sales were up 2.4%. The National Retail Federation says retail sales rose for all of last year. Jenny Costello, Fox News.
Well, there's even more trade tension between the U.S. and Canada.
The Gordie Howe International Bridge is supposed to be open to traffic sometime early this year, connecting Windsor, Ontario, and Detroit. President Trump writes on Truth Social, I will not allow this bridge to open until the United States is fully compensated for everything we have given them. And also, importantly, Canada treats the U.S. with the fairness and respect that we deserve. The president's critical of Canada's new trade deal with China, writing, the first thing China will do is terminate all ice hockey being played in Canada and permanently eliminate the Stanley Cup. The bridge is named for Canadian Detroit Red Wings hockey star Gordie Howe. Canada's paying for construction and will collect all the toll money until those costs are made back. Then it'll be shared with Michigan. Chris Foster, Fox News.
Well, after the president cut oil shipments from Venezuela to Cuba and threatened tariffs on any country supplying Cuba.
Airlines are now cancelling flights as there's not enough aviation fuel to fill their tanks. Cuba's remaining allies are trying to step up. Russia's accusing the United States of trying to suffocate the island, pledging to act against any military intervention. China, meanwhile, has offered to provide support without mentioning specifics. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
The price of oil not moving much, still $64 a barrel. Gas is up 2 cents today. AAA's national average for regular $2.92 a gallon is 13 cents more than a month ago. Still 21 cents cheaper than a year ago. I'm Dave Anthony. This is Fox News.
A new year means new opportunities to secure your retirement goals. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we help you start fresh with holistic retirement planning to create a personalized retirement roadmap designed with you and for you. Our boutique team serves you with fiduciary care, ensuring every step moves you closer to a confident, sustainable retirement. As we all know, the best retirement asset is peace of mind. Make 2026 the year you take control with confidence. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at masterplanretire.com. Master Plan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Hey, gang, it's Neal Boortz. Now, I know how much you've missed me in Atlanta. I'm reminding you you can hear me throughout the day here on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
Of entertainment, enlightenment, and empowerment. This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Glenn Beck is on. I've got some good news, and I have some clarity, a little bit of clarity on the Epstein files I want to give to you, but I want to start with the economy. Some good news on the economy, according to you, not an expert, you. We'll give that to you in 60 seconds. First, My Patriot Supply is our sponsor. Your power, doesn't send a warning text before it goes out. It just stops. That's when, little things turn into big things. It's also when you remember whether or not you have emergency food stored up. It's exactly the kind of moment food from My Patriot Supply is made for. These are long-term emergency meals that are easy to store, simple to prepare, and designed to give you real filling food when your kitchen isn't operating the way you're expecting it to, It's not about expecting disaster. It's about being not surprised by inconvenience that lasts longer than it should. When the lights go out, you don't want to be reinventing a plan from scratch. What you want is to have everything sitting on a shelf where you need it. Right now, you can get their best-selling 3-month food supply for $100 off. It's My Patriot Supply. They almost never offer deals like this. Take advantage. Go to preparewithglenn.com. Food supply gives you 2,000 calories a day, lasts up to 25 years, and best of all, it's $100 off for a limited time. Preparewithglenn.com. Preparewithglenn.com. Get yours now. So there's a new Gallup poll out, and Gallup is not usually very friendly to the right, but here's what it says. New Gallup poll, 50% of respondents say the stock market is set to go up a lot or go up a little within the next half year. 25% said the stock market is set to go down a little or go down a lot. 17% said the market will remain the same. 8% say they were unsure or refuse to answer. I love refuse to. I'm not answering that question. But anyway, I'm not sure the stock market means as much as everybody else, except your 401k. It's funny, when the stock market goes up, nobody says anything like, oh my gosh, have you seen my retirement? My retirement, I can actually retire. When it goes down, everybody's complaining. Stock market's gone down. What's happening to my retirement? I think we should spend some time noticing as the stock market goes up, because I think that's the only way that really affects you, is your retirement. Because the stock market is no longer attached to what I don't believe it's attached to reality at all. There's nobody that says, they've had some bad earnings, and so that, of course, is going to have their stocks crater. Occasionally that happens, but it used to always happen. Now things just go up, and you're not sure. The poll also found 49% said the economic growth is set to go up a lot or go up a little within the next 6 months. That's almost 50%. 49% say economy going up a little or a lot within the next 6 months. 36% said the economic growth is set to go down a little or go down a lot. 13% say economic growth is going to remain the same. And 2% said, I am not answering that question. How dare you ask me that question? This is good news. At least politically, it's good news. If this is the way people are feeling and it continues to go this way, that's good. Of course, it's also good news for the economy if it actually happens. But there is reason to be optimistic. I'm optimistic for the first time in ever. I'm optimistic about things because I believe for the very first time we have a president that has a plan and is executing on that plan. And it is a big plan. It's not a eat around the edges. It's the whole pie. And now he's turned his focus inward and he's looking at Main Street, which he had to take care of Wall Street and the big banks and, you know, the WEF and NATO and everything else before he could turn in to Main Street. But now he's turning into Main Street. And I think you're going to see some good things. Also, are you reading? Let me bring Jason in on this. Are you reading people saying, you know, Epstein files? Boy, Donald Trump sure looks bad in the Epstein files. Are you hearing that, Jason?
I got one comment from Zachary. Zachary said that he's hearing that, and he was just curious what that was and what it all means. And I haven't really seen anything but really exoneration for the president, really.
Right. I mean, it is amazing that the Democrats even say the word Epstein anymore. Because I'm convinced the only reason why they brought him up is because they needed to smear Donald Trump, needed to make him look like a pedophile or whatever. But all of these documents, they show that nope, he was the exact opposite. The latest, President Trump, in a call 2 decades ago to the Florida police chief, bashed his former friend Jeffrey Epstein and called Epstein's procurer, Maxwell, evil. This is, now he is a retired cop, but at the time he wasn't. And the FBI interviewed him. And he said, Trump called me because he was the police chief of Palm Beach. And he said, thank goodness you're stopping Epstein. Everyone knows he's doing this and nobody would stop it. The document came to light hours after Maxwell's lawyer turned on Trump, or called on Trump to grant her executive clemency so she could speak honestly about what she knows. Maxwell earlier Monday refused to testify to a House